Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And can I give you a very warm welcome? It's really wonderful to see you all here. I understand the weather and the traffic is bad, so we may get some late people coming in. So I'm going to ask, please don't leave any gaps in the middle of the row so people can just quietly sit down at the end, if possible, please. I'm just going to give you a couple of housekeeping points before we get started. To connect to Wi-Fi, you'll see a number of leaflets. Some are posted on the wall, and I've put some out on the seats. There's a QR code. Simply use that QR code while you're in this room. That'll connect you to the Wi-Fi, and you can use that even when you're out there, but you have to connect to it while you're in this room. Okay, thank you. Toilets are located, if you walk down that side, along the right, just keep walking through the gallery and you'll see them before you get to the entrance on the right. Please feel free to step out at any point if you need a comfort break, that's not a problem. We're not expecting a fire drill, so if the fire alarm does go off, it's real. In which case, please follow any member of staff wearing a blue lanyard and we'll take you through the fire exit. And I'm really hoping we're not going to have fire alarm because the weather is horrendous. If you could also ensure that your mobile phones are on silent, please. And if you need any support at all during the event, please don't hesitate to speak to any of the team. We're here for the whole event. So let's get started. I'd like to welcome Liz Bromley, CEO of NCG, who's going to give you a welcome address this morning. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. And if you were as challenged getting across the bridge as I was this morning, very well done for getting here, for being calm and for being in the right seats. First of all, I'm going to say thank you to our headline sponsors, because it is our sponsors and our supporters who make events like this so worthwhile, and we are hugely appreciative of their support. So to Lenovo and NVIDIA, thank you so very much for funding the live stream. For Enigma Interactive, Hedgehog Lab, HTG Group, and Sage, thank you very much indeed for all of your support in sponsoring us, and again, as I say, being here and making the day zip along. I'm really delighted that Ruth Harrison, our friend, and great to see you again, Ruth, is our Master of Ceremonies during the 2 days. She will keep us all in order, but we've got a great range of speakers from across our sponsor organisations and other organisations. It's going to be a really, really good couple of days. So a really warm welcome to all of you who are here in our Mandela building at Newcastle College, part of NCG. NCG is a national group. We have 7 colleges spread across the country, but Newcastle is in some respects our heart and our home. And I particularly love being part of the North East community because it is absolutely big enough to be exciting, small enough to be reachable. And as an AI growth zone, the North East is going to be really important in driving forward this pivotal time when we start to embrace new technologies in all its many forms and start to realise the possibilities for the way we work, for the way we think of our future, and the way our young people can frame their own careers as they embrace the technology and make the most of it. As somebody who has just recently learned where the dictate button is on my laptop, I feel that there is a very large and wide future out there, and I have much to learn. But I do know that on a much larger scale, the opportunities that will open up through the use of AI, the investment that will come into the area, the productivity that will come to the North East as that AI growth zone will turn into real jobs for real people, and from my perspective, particularly for our young people, to give them hope that they can actually shape and drive forward the future that we want to be successful as a region and as indeed as a country. NCG is really proud to be part of the MIPIM group. So we go across to France in March to be part of showcasing what Newcastle does in terms of its urban regeneration, but also its being an anchor institution for these kinds of developments, new technologies, new ways of thinking, new ways of working. And the fact that we as a further education college group are seen as part of the Newcastle story is a source of particular pride for me, and pride in what my colleagues and what our learners do to make sure that Newcastle College is recognised as an anchor institution that makes a great contribution to our region. Because we are in further education, obviously we are a deliverer of skills education, of vocational education, as well as academic qualifications. And that means that we work really closely with a range of employers, because it's employers who tell us what we need to be teaching our learners. But we also work with other educators so that we can create pipelines to higher education and other forms of study when our learners have had a really, really good start here in either our further education offer or through our university centre. And because of our size and scale, we also work with policymakers. So we like to think we are influential in terms of policy being shaped to be realistic and to be meaningful, and for the education that is derived from that policy to have a real impact on our learners and on the communities that we serve. So we feel that we really do create a bridge from our classrooms, from our laboratories, into workplaces that are familiar for people starting new jobs, new careers, and we're very proud of being that bridge. Why does Generation Northeast matter right now? Well, it's because we're turning all the chat, all the pictures, all the images, all the ideas into practical, responsible, and realistic adoption of AI technologies. We don't want to frighten the horses. We certainly know a group of us went up to the National Robotarium in Edinburgh before Christmas and saw the robots in action and AI working sometimes in humanoid form. And we all said it was somewhere between amazingly exciting and utterly terrifying. And what we want to do over the next couple of days is to take away that utterly terrifying and really expose the opportunities that technology brings our way. And we want to make sure that by being an early adopter, an early understander, and having lots of friends across our network who really understand what the future can look like, that NCG, that Newcastle College, that our staff and our learners, and ultimately our city will all benefit from it. So we have a really clear thread operating over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. Day one is all about AI growth and business transformation, and day two is all about skills, education, and workforce readiness, both elements of which are absolutely critical to getting this right. And I have found in my very long time, both living and working, that partnership and collaboration is predicated upon open conversations, honest challenge where we feel that we're in safe territory to say that doesn't sound right, what about this? And the sharing of ideas, not being protective about great ideas, but sharing them and making them even better through that open conversation. And ideas are sometimes completely bonkers and sometimes they're completely brilliant, but most often they're somewhere in the middle, and good ideas through open conversation can turn into really, really terrific ways forward. So the kind of willingness here over the next couple of days to be collaborative, let's do it completely the other way around from what's going on in Davos. Let's learn from each other. Let's learn from what's working. Let's learn from what's not working. And together, let's get to a really better place. I really hope you enjoy the next couple of days. I shall enjoy the bits that I can join in. And thank you so much for coming here to Newcastle College today. Thank you.
Just double checking that it's got the right name up there. I don't want to get it wrong. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Newcastle College. And thank you for being here today. My name's Tony Lewin. I'm Executive Principal at NCG, and I have particular responsibility around curriculum. I have to say, whenever I do these events, I always find that it's quite daunting to be stood out here at the front and everybody else sat down. It's particularly daunting when you realise the people in front of you know more about the subject than you do. You know, so please bear with me on that. If I can just double check this works. Right, so I think it's important to note that at the moment we are at a decisive point in terms of education and skills. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant concept for us. It is already here. It's reshaping how we learn, how we teach, how we research, and how we work. In the context of today's presentation, I'm going to talk in relation to how NCG is looking at this, because it's the area I know and understand and hopefully can make more sense of within the presentation. But at the same time, we as a business have most of the facets that most businesses have. We have HR, we have finance, we do processing, you know, we have all of those same things. So some of the examples I give hopefully will translate to the other worlds of work. So for NCG, it's not a question of if AI belongs in our colleges and what we do, but it's more a question of how we apply it and how it is taught and how it will lift our students, modernize our operations, and how it will power local and national growth. So today I'll focus on three main pillars. I'll talk about AI adoption in education, productivity transformation, and future skills for an augmented workforce. I think it's also worth mentioning at the start about the national context. I think the UK's approach to AI is quite positive, but I believe it could be a bit more structured and more dynamic. I think we're still allowing it to evolve far too much of its own. I look at the industrial strategies and the industrial plans, and I see that it's referenced in there, but it doesn't seem to have that same emphasis and power that perhaps you see elsewhere. And if you look across the Atlantic towards the US, you see over there they have a very ambitious approach to AI, whereas in the UK, I think we're far more controlled and considered. I think we have a far more tame approach by comparison, and it will be good to see how we can drive that forward. Now, I do accept that we need to have controls, policies, and practices in place to reduce the risk, but not to limit what we do. I think it's about making sure that we can use AI to its full potential. I do understand that some see it as a threat to existing job roles and ways of working, whereas I think it's more important to look at it as an opportunity. How will we retrain? How will we reskill? Now, either way, we cannot prevent the development of AI. It's international. It will happen. But for better or worse, it's here. And I think it's important that we as collaborators, educators, and policymakers take the lead on developing the UK's approach to making sure that AI is driving our economy. So if I can move on to the first part, core capability. AI is becoming a foundation layer for us in education. I think that organizations that treat AI as a shared utility tool, which is safe, reliable, and accessible to all, will unlock the benefits across teaching, research, student support, and all of our administrative functions, empowering better education and learning for all. So what does that look like? It's about the digital infrastructure and the data, using the benefits of the cloud, interoperative systems, having privacy by design, and developing safe AI sandboxes for experimentation. It's adoption in teaching and learning, supporting lesson planning, giving formative feedback, providing the translation and accessibility that some learners will need. I think it's important to understand that it's a catalyst for academic integrity and for augmenting, but not replacing teaching and learning. As far as research and innovation is concerned, I think as a higher education provider, it's important that we understand how AI can be used, but more importantly, is making sure that there is an understanding and a knowledge within the people who use it, and that the AI isn't dominating. Our students, our customers, for want of a better term, can benefit from our use of AI. I think it's important because it will be available 24/7. It will help with the triage, whether they're asking questions about welfare, finance, or careers, and we can make that available to them, and if necessary, redirect it to the human interventions. And I also think it will help considerably with our employer partnerships. At the moment, we co-design curricula with our partners, and we use AI to help us develop our labour market intelligence. But this sometimes is limited to larger employers who have the time and the capacity. With AI, we should be able to open that up and make it more accessible to small and medium-sized employers as well. So in practical terms, I see AI as a learning and teaching tool, assisting in planning, universal design, and helping support the delivery and the tutoring. It helps with academic integrity and assessment redesign. AI is smart in the way that it can help us design how we ensure that our students leave the institution fit for purpose for the emerging opportunities. As already mentioned, it will enable research and it will assist but not replace. Our student services will be supported by that triage approach, but also nudged in terms of attendance and meeting deadlines. And importantly, from a governance and safeguarding point of view, we are aware of risks, but we manage those risks and have the opportunity to make sure that it has the appropriate oversight to ensure safety while pushing to see what is possible. I think what we should note here is AI does not diminish academic work, it amplifies it and takes it to new levels. So to move on to the second pillar, about productivity. Like any organization or business, we have to be effective and efficient in what we do, productive. For me, it's not about doing more with less, but it's about freeing educators and support teams to do the work that matters most: teaching, mentoring, pastoral care, and employer engagement. There are three key levers, I think, for real gain. One is about redesign of processes, not automating what we already have, building on top of weak or poor practices, but starting and making sure AI is integral to everything we do so it can have the highest impact. We need to consider the human-centered aspect to make sure that we co-create this with our staff, our students, and our colleagues. We need to look at reducing the workload, not only physically, but also cognitively as part of that. And I also think the third lever here is about the measurements. We're very keen in education to measure and check and monitor. AI, we see, as being a great tool to reduce the burden of that and mean that we're quick to respond in the areas we need to. Some practical examples here. I think it was a slide behind there. Some practical examples would be our admissions process. How do we actually make sure that it takes away some of the transactional activity and build in some of the smart activity to allow staff to concentrate on the important stuff? In complicated, complex areas, I can see how we would be able to use it to assist in some of those challenging areas, such as timetabling, which require complex knowledge across multiple areas. And as already mentioned, I think quality assurance is a big part of it. I personally think that if we aim to use AI effectively, we're talking about reducing the routine administration for our colleagues by 20 to 30% in the short term. By having service hubs with AI front doors that will aid in that triage, make a faster routing to resolving the appropriate questions and challenges. I think it will also help us around our assessment, our work integrity, the playbooks and templates that we use to redesign our work and activity. And I think it will enable us to share our platforms with others to reduce costs, but also to share ideas and develop. The big part of that for me is about how productivity can improve and allow individuals to focus their time on what is important and the positive aspects of what we do. But in order for AI to be effective as a tool, we have to enable it, and leaders have to give permission for people to use it in the best way possible. So the third tier here is around the augmented workforce, the part that's probably closest to us as a college. The graduates of the AI era will not just be technically literate, but they will be a hybrid. They will combine their subject expertise as well, data fluency, and be able to apply considered judgment ethically and understand the use of AI tools. They will have that breadth of AI fluency that allows them to know how to prompt and critique, to be aware of the bias, and to understand the data protection elements. There will be role-based upskilling. And in education, I've talked already about the teaching and learning, but if you apply that across the broader sector, there's a role for upskilling everybody in health, in engineering, in business, in creative industries. And therefore, because we're in education, we have to be aware of that and able to support that change. There will be advanced technical pathways based on micro-credentials or the development of new apprenticeships in specific roles where we're able to take the research that we develop and include that into what we already teach. And then from a leadership and governance point, we have to be strategically competent with our AI strategy, supporting procedures to make sure it works. We need to identify and reduce the risks around using AI and ensuring that the ethical safeguards are in place. So the 5 practical elements that, to me, come down to an AI skills passport or something similar with stackable credentials. We have micro-credentials or short courses that will be able to upskill and reskill people who are in work or who are looking for work. It will allow, in our context, tutors to be able to develop time to redesign their modules so that AI is integral in what they teach and how they do it. We will be able to apply our research and innovate across our institutions. And it'll be able to include inclusion as part of our process. And by that, I mean, how will we overcome some of the digital poverty that we see and make it accessible to all? So we're not just training students to outsource their thinking in doing this. We're training them to think with the powerful tool that is AI. They need to know when to apply the AI, when to challenge it, and when actually the human judgment is the important element to lead. So in conclusion, AI, productivity, and future skills are not separate agendas. They are one and the same mission. And for us, that's to enable social mobility and economic prosperity. And we do that through exceptional education. Our roadmap is relatively straightforward at this point. We build confidence in AI and its potential. We invest in the capabilities of our digital infrastructure, our colleagues and staff development, and the leadership and governance. And then we look to embed it into our behaviours to ensure it is both academic in its integrity and inclusion, and actually can be a trusted part of what we do. Now, I know that we can ensure that NCD is shaping a skilled, ethical, and future-ready workforce to use AI. But the interesting point for me is how we will work with our partners in business to make sure that we're able to develop the same for them at the same time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruth Harrison, Global Industry Lead at Avanade, a Microsoft technology consultancy. Welcome to Generation Northeast, building tomorrow's AI workforce today, and I'm delighted to chair this event. Over the next 2 days, I'll be joined by leaders from technology, from industry, from local government, and from academia, as they discuss, debate, and possibly disagree, all with good grace and good humour. But make no mistake, the AI revolution will transform this region. AI is pervasive across all touch points, transforming how we live and how we work. Our region has a rich history of innovation, adaptability, and application. The urgency and the agency is real to ensure we are prepared to build the infrastructure, the skills, the working capital to guarantee our region strives and thrives in the new economy built for all citizens. Please welcome our first panelist speakers with a round of appreciation. Good morning. Is my mic on? Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, good morning. We are running a little bit behind, so I'm going to get some signals from the back as to whether I need to speed up or we're okay. I got the thumbs up, so we are good. Our first panel today is the role of AI in society and how a region like the Northeast can benefit. Our discussion topics today are designed to spark strategic, ethical, and practical discussions while keeping the focus on regional impact and collaboration. But before we start, I just want to give a tiny bit of research to set some context, and this was by Pricewaterhouse. If the Northeast region reaches the UK mid-case AI adoption trajectory, we could expect a £40 billion of additional economic output over the next 10 years for the wider Northeast region. However, 30 billion of that within the Northeast Combined Authority footprint, and materially more if new data and AI investment translates into faster adoption locally. However, the caveat is this balance reflects uncertainty in the uptake of skills and infrastructure. So there is a huge risk if we don't get this right. The upside clearly is significant. So we're going to be looking at the magic and the magnitude of AI. I would like to welcome our speakers to the stage and ask each of you please to introduce yourselves and talk about your AI adoption within your respective industries. Perhaps I could start with Paul Graham.
Hi, hi everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. My name is Paul Graham. I work for NVIDIA. For those of you who don't know NVIDIA, chances are any AI you interact with has been trained on NVIDIA hardware and software. I think it's fair enough to say that. So I work with universities throughout the UK. I speak to researchers all the time about what they're doing in terms of their work, in terms of both simulation and AI. I advise them on what we have as a platform to help them accelerate their research. And I think a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is how to accelerate the use of AI within industry, within the region as well. My background is high performance computing, so I'm a bit of a geek. Nice to see you all.
Thank you. And Paul?
Hi, I'm Paul Wheels. I work for Lenovo. My role's a little bit different this week. I've got a visiting researcher role at Newcastle University for the National Edge AI Hub. I previously was working with global system integrators at Lenovo in building edge computing and artificial intelligence solutions. As of January, I now work in sport, so I'm very fortunate to be working with FIFA, Formula One, and helping drive the adoption of artificial intelligence and technology in sport, and working with regional clubs, national clubs, and organizations as well as international as well.
Thank you. Kevin?
Morning, I'm Kevin Howell. I'm the founder and CEO of HTG. We're a Northeast-based Microsoft Partner of the Year company based in South Tyneside in Hebburn. We make IT simple, secure, and ready for AI. I'm really passionate about creating jobs in the borough. We do a lot with apprenticeships, and I started at Newcastle College, so it's great to be back here. So thanks for everyone for coming. Looking forward to the chat.
Thank you. And John?
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Ridley. I'm the principal of Newcastle College and Newcastle College University Centre. It's my job to create the environment that creates thinking workers. So AI is what we are carefully thinking about now, but we know that certainly our young students that are coming in, they're already thinking more than we are about it. And so it's my job to be thinking about how we create those individuals to be work ready, but also not just in the digital technologies area. AI is pervasive, as Ruth said, across all of our disciplines, from construction to aviation, engineering to the performing arts. So I'm really looking forward to having a conversation with you today.
Thank you. And welcome, Richard.
Thanks, Ruth. And good morning, everybody. My name's Richard Dawson. I'm an economic advisor at Newcastle City Council. The focus of my role is inward investment and business attraction. So over the last 2 or 3 years, we've been pretty blown away at the levels of investment going into AI, both from a kind of infrastructure perspective and kind of technology perspective as well. So yeah, I guess it's kind of my job among other people's jobs to make sure that we've got really, really great infrastructure from an AI point of view in the region now, but we need to get more software businesses, more IT businesses, more technology businesses to come in on the back of that. So really looking forward to today's discussion.
Thank you for the introductions. I appreciate it. So my first question is to Paul Graham. There's two of you, so I may use your surname, so not to be too formal. Paul, how do you see AI transforming traditional industries within our region, particularly within the Northeast?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. I actually really enjoyed your talk, Tony. You didn't sound like you didn't know what you were talking about. Having a plan, I think, is a key thing, and that's exactly what you were talking about here at Newcastle College. You know, you have a plan. AI's here. We're all, using it every day in our everyday lives, and so we should be using it as part of our everyday work as well. But having a strategic plan as an organization to introduce AI in different parts of your process, your workload is I think is absolutely key for all industries, not just in the Northeast. I think traditional industries in the Northeast could look at things like predictive maintenance if it's a manufacturing industry, looking at predictive maintenance, reducing downtime, things like that, looking at resource optimization, looking at scheduling of processes and that sort of thing. There's lots of different applications beyond just, something nice to chat to and interact with. And I think, these industries don't have to reinvent themselves, okay? They just need to start bringing this AI into their processes to improve those processes, and start off with one particular area as an exemplar within the industry to show this is what we can do with AI. And then once that, get that working well and working correctly, and then you can start looking at the other processes and bring it on like that. So everyone gets buy into it. It's not just like across the board, we need to change everything.
Yeah. Picking up on just something you said there, AI is being used everywhere. We're all using it. Do you think we're at a point where citizens are using AI? Perhaps we're ahead of the employers, and the employers are catching up.
In terms of people are very. I guess it's to do with risk. If I ask ChatGPT a question about where's a good restaurant to go, and it's a bad restaurant, well, I've had a bad meal. Okay?
What's the impact? Yeah.
Whereas if an industry starts a new process using AI and it doesn't work out for whatever reasons, or the governance of it is not managed correctly. Then that's a big expense to that company and could really impact their bottom line and the potential future. So it's a question of risk. Yeah. We're all comfortable to get a question where it's not a life and death question. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the local use is low impact.
Yes,
but the industrial use is significant. Understand that. Thank you. Paul Wheels, what role can tech companies play in ensuring AI adoption benefits local communities rather than just large corporations?
I think it's collaboration and understanding where people are at with it. I find it really interesting that we talk about AI and the skill gaps, and I think some of the stuff we talk about later on. That when I talk to family members and friends and stuff, I'm actually blown away by the older generation, like my mum and mother-in-law, who are using ChatGPT all the time. It's also terrifying how much they use Snapchat and stuff like that as well, and TikTok. They're actually quite ahead of the curve, and even the voice interaction with it and stuff. That I think from a community perspective, if people have got the access to the technology, I think they are starting to use it quite normally and naturally. I think one of the things is the access to the technology. Like Lenovo and partners, we're working to be able to sort of redistribute used equipment to try and help people get along on that curve with it. I think with the investments into community, I think it's that side of things of sort of looking at the spectrums of pre-work and sort of retirement side of things as well, to make sure everybody comes along on the journey with it. I think Paul touches quite rightly on the aspects of, I think it's that pragmatic approach. It's easier as a consumer to adopt AI. I mean, I've got my glasses and I can talk to it and all that type of stuff. From a business side, there is that more risk and that more pragmatic approach to be taken, and sandpitting with it and checking and ensuring, the data's clean, it's structured in the right way, so on and so forth. So to build out that way, yeah.
Understood. Thank you. Kevin, you're a business owner and founder in the Northeast. How can SME organisations in our region leverage AI without the prohibitive costs and technical barriers?
Yeah, it's a good question. Basically, there's a lot of free tools out there, like Microsoft Copilot chat's built in for free. Just start doing your basic day-to-day tasks, automating your email, your research and stuff like that. So start off with nibble the tools a little, just take it easy, and then build it up. And also, we've created a North AI Hub user community. So when I was young, we used to have a computer club. We used to go to it was Commodore Amigas and that sort of thing. But people used to share knowledge, and people learn from people, and takes the fear away. So we've created a user community which is open to everybody. We'll say, so come along, and we'll show you what good looks like, and take that fear away. And there's no cost to coming in there. So we've got companies like Microsoft, and there's the NVIDIA people on this panel who put money into the region for that adoption. So we've got access to that, and we're going to provide workshops and come around with colleges and communities to get that knowledge sharing out there. So there's no cost of entry. So really passionate about building the community. So it's AI for all, not just for a select few.
It takes a village, doesn't it? And as Tony said before, hopefully we can help demystify, and initiatives like you're describing can really go a long way in doing that. Richard, I'd love to ask you, please, what ethical considerations should tech companies prioritise when deploying AI for public-facing applications?
Yeah, so I think just reflect a little bit on what the rest of the panel have said around kind of that human-centred approach. So obviously, as a local authority, we deliver hundreds of services to residents across the city. We're also under huge budgetary pressures. Local government funding's been cut in half really over the last 10 or 15 years. So, it would be quite easy for various different departments within the authority to just kind of pull back on the employee headcounts for a lot of those services that we deliver, and put in AI chatbots and AI solutions. And I think, we're very reticent to do that across the piece, because, AI chatbots can be brilliant, and those types of solutions can be excellent. But for elderly people and for people who aren't as technology savvy, it doesn't really work. So I think the ethics around this, from a kind of public facing perspective, are, yes, we know that you've got to make efficiencies and cut costs, and AI is a great way to do that. But kind of don't underestimate the impact of that kind of human interaction for people. And I think that's going to be the tricky thing, both for industry and for like public entities like councils and what have you.
Yeah, it's great that you reference ensuring that we bring all generations along on this journey, as it would be. I'd use an example. My mum got a text this morning, or I got it on her behalf, saying that check her NHS app for an update on her appointment. She's 89. She doesn't have that access to technology. So we have to bring people on this journey. John, can I ask you, how do you envisage collaboration between tech firms and higher education institutions to develop and accelerate AI-driven innovation across the region?
Yeah, thanks. I must be sitting in the wrong chair, because I was getting really amped after Kevin's question. It'd be me now. Sorry,
sat in the wrong order.
Richard did much better though, so that's great. I think collaboration with SMEs, it's not, and I think go back to that term about AI being pervasive. It's not just with tech firms as well. We are keen to partner with as many SMEs and large organizations as possible, because co-designing the content that individuals learn here and how they are assessed is critical, because it's not just a skills gap that you tell us, it's an experience gap, and you can only get experience by practicing. So I think the opportunity then we put a great emphasis on experiential learning. So the individuals that study here don't typically sit written examinations, they build a portfolio. And I think in the AI generation, you'll see more of that. It'll be less credential driven and more of show me what you can do, because this technology develops quickly. I think the other thing we may want to consider doing is scaling up perhaps practice transfer partnerships between ourselves and SME partners, where our undergraduates can work along with you to solve strategic and innovative challenges you might have. Then we can learn, as Liz said, from each other, learning the skills, honing skills, and developing that experience. So I think it's going to be really, really important that we do, as Liz mentioned, be very open about the challenges that we have, and bringing the bright minds here to work with SMEs and industry to deal with those challenges across a range of sectors and disciplines. In fact, everywhere from, as I said, construction to software design or services.
Yeah. And our research is telling us that coordination skills, practical thinking, problem solving are going to become the critical skills of the future, not necessarily academic achievement that we perhaps knew previously. I'm going to mix it up a little bit, not always going to go left to right and right to left. So Richard, can I ask you, what policies or frameworks are needed to ensure AI adoption aligns with public interest and regional development goals?
Yeah, so I think from a regional development perspective, there's obviously quite a bit of concern about what the AI revolution does mean for jobs and you know, employment's very much the lifeblood of regional development, and it's our job to grow the workforce and grow the economy. So I think in terms of guardrails, it's got to be around, you know, you can do lots of great things with AI that do drive that automation, drive efficiency, and drive headcount down. But you can also do really creative things that obviously create new pathways and new opportunities for people as well. So I think it's kind of getting that balance right, really, that we have to do. But you know, of course, you know, we don't want to kind of choke this off before it's got started as well. And I think, you know, it's really difficult actually for government, you know, locally and nationally to kind of put in frameworks and policies around this, because I mean, we don't understand the technology and really what it's doing. So I think we also have to be mindful that, you know, don't kind of choke off that innovation as well, and let's kind of see what happens, and you know, be sensible about if we start to see, you know, whole sections of the workforce disappearing, which doesn't seem to be the case, thankfully. But if we do start to see that, I think then that's when we have to act. If we act kind of beforehand, we could kind of choke off some of this growth potential before it's started.
Yeah, I think it's a great way of, you described it, to kind of allow the flexibility without choking it off, to have the appropriate governance. Paul Wheels, how can local councils use AI to improve public services and citizen engagement?
Pragmatic approach, like we've already talked about. I think Rich creates some points that are great, valuable points there in regards to how councils can and do. I think the pragmatic approach of looking at what can be quick wins and minimal risk and adoption. I think your example with your mum and the text message with the NHS, that with agentic AI and enabling a more of a human response, that the app economy is potentially looking down. It looks like wearables will start to interact with voice a lot more as well as visual. But for the older generation to actually keep up and stuff, it has the potential of making it much easier for them, and the councils can adopt that with their services as well, like the 45-minute wait on hold to speak to Northumberland Council a couple of weeks ago. That by enabling the voice capabilities and access to the systems, once you pass the security process, that you can converse very easily and get things resolved, get things put into the system or taken off the system, and enable those tasks like NHS appointments, right, and helping that efficiency side of things as well. And they're little bits that could and should be adopted quite quickly to solve.
Yeah, you're right. You know, quick wins makes huge progress as well, and choice. You know, given how do you want to be communicated with is one that's would save a lot of time and long queues. John Ridley, what steps can government and higher education institutions take to address concerns around AI-related job displacement within the region?
You know, we've got a great opportunity in the region, haven't we? Because we've got an AI growth zone, and I think we could use that growth zone as a practical transition engine where we link apprenticeships or level 4, 5 qualifications, those qualifications of technical excellence and adult skills, so we can address any gaps or address individuals to be able to work in AI-enabled roles. I think as well, we also need to work to placate the idea that AI will displace people. And I mentioned to yourself, I think the idea of knowledge is going to be cooked, but knowledge jobs aren't. And I think that AI will be able to enable people to think higher and bigger. We just have to consider then that application. So it's not job loss, it's job change.
Yeah, the jobs that we know today will change. The jobs of tomorrow we don't even know yet. So it's a very different paradigm for what we're accustomed to, and the pace of that change is exponential, or certainly appearing to be. For Kevin, please, how can public and private partnerships be structured to maximise AI's benefit for regional economies?
So I would say it has to be real tangible benefits for the investment that we're putting into the region. So it can't just be tech for the sake of tech. There's a lot of people, I call it technical train set, who just, what's a real tangible, what we're creating here, what's going to be delivered. For me, I'm seeing when we're getting guys from colleges and universities, if they're AI ready, they can do the jobs of 6 or 7 people, and that's what businesses want, and that creates value in the region. So when I came out of school, it was shipyards, cool, talking about that, but now AI is the future, and I know there's a lot of hype around it, but we need to grasp the nettle and go with it, and there's a huge opportunity. Creating a data center isn't going to be the future. It's where that workforce and how they adopt it for technologies and provide outcomes for business in the region.
What you're describing also is an opportunity to PR the opportunity. I think there's a lot of perhaps, I don't even want to say young people, I think people who are moving forward in their careers and wanting their next chapter of opportunity need to be, I don't want to say sold the benefits of AI, but just the understanding and the new career opportunities they can have are not known. And I'm not sure as a collective, we're doing enough to publicise that, and that's something we could do.
Yeah. And, we went to a Sunderland Lit and Phil club about a month ago. Me and Andy, who was in the crowd, and it was all authors, and they were a certain age, and they had a massive fear of AI and said it was taking their jobs. And when I said, I work with Microsoft, I was the enemy, public enemy number 1. But when we explained what we're doing, said, you wouldn't write a new book and put that on the path outside for someone to take away. You have to do responsible AI. Yes. And we explained how it helps and how to use it responsibly. And they came around in the end and they said, we'll get it and we want to be part of this journey. So there's a little bit of fear and hype that it's taking their jobs. It's an education exercise.
Yeah. I think every generation that came, and when we look at the Luddites in printing, we look at what happened in the Industrial Revolution, there's always resistance. But actually when acceptance comes, the growth is exponential and people benefit. We have to learn from history to understand how to mitigate the impact and consequences of the speed of that change, of course, what you're describing. Yes.
Can I just add on that? I think that something we always think about in education is we refer to young people and getting them ready for the world of work. And that is, of course, an important part of education. But AI is going to affect those that are in their mid and early careers. If you don't think AI is affecting you, it will. It's here. It's not going to come. It's here. And I think there's a significant job to undertake by education and businesses who work together for people to, as we mentioned before, it's not job loss, it's job change. And their roles will change. And so we talk about adult education. That's not just for those people who want to do English and mathematics. That's changing people so they can be effective in the workplace, which is a critical part of the work that ourselves and the universities will be doing.
Thank you.
If I can just add a story there. We used to work with it at Intel with Oliver, that's in the crowd here. Prior to Lenovo. And we worked with a company out in Spain that worked with John Deere. And in manufacturing, you've got an aging workforce. It's not cool to work in a factory anymore. Even in the Northeast, I believe there's 1,500 to 2,000 jobs available every month that they're just really struggling to fill with those roles. So one of the projects we worked on with a company called Bravant with John Deere and enabling them with the computer vision model training platform we had at Intel called Intel Getty, open source, anybody can use it. There's a pitch for it. But it enables anybody to train the models. And initially, when they were looking to deploy the system, and the system was basically enabling them to accelerate people onto the floor. So it would take them with health and safety, training how to build, a brake barrel, gearbox, or whatever it may be for a big truck. It would take them at least 2 or 3 months to train that person up. And then they were generally staying for about 6 months maximum and moving on. So how did they maximize that opportunity and potential of getting them trained up quicker? And so they created a guided system, which was simply some cameras around the workstation. It would have the models that trained for that specific build. What it enabled them to do is like an interactive Lego experience of a guide that it would take you through step by step. With the cameras around it, it would tell you if you made a mistake, if you weren't wearing your PPE. So it enabled health and safety concerns to be removed. It helped them ensure operational efficiency, quality of manufacturing and everything. With the platform using Intel Getty, and before they used it, it took them months to build. With Getty, it enabled them to do it within weeks. But they started to get a bit of friction with the workforce on this adoption. But then when the workforce that was there, who were frustrated because there wasn't enough people to do the job, realized that if they helped train the models and see that it wasn't replacing jobs, it was a guided system using artificial intelligence, it made it a much softer approach to be able to then scale it out across the factory and became quite a big success for them. But my point of the story is if you bring people on that journey and you make it that accessible and help them understand the why and the what and the positive side of things and the impacts that they're going to have, that they start to get interested in the how. a little bit more to start to learn that they become those big advocates within companies with it. So it's about having a pragmatic approach on the adoption side of things, on how you're driving it through, and bring the workforce onto that journey to help them understand the problem statements you're looking to solve. So then they can generally see, as long as you're not trying to do it, which hopefully most companies aren't, it's not about replacing the workforce. It's about getting those better efficiencies. It's about helping with more safety within the workplace as well.
That's a great illustration, and thank you. And I want to ask Paul Graham, sorry, he's full titles. What role does technology governance and responsible AI play in building trust and transparency around AI use, particularly in public services?
Okay, so I mean that's a key question for public services, because these are the things that people's lives can rely on. You talk about things like housing benefit and things like that. And so bringing AI into that situation is a real challenge, because people need to, it needs to be explainable, it needs to be transparent. How are these decisions come to? And so there needs to be a rigorous framework around that and how you introduce that, to make sure that the people who are at the receiving end of this at some level understand why the decision has been made. What's the data being used to make that decision? And a key part of that, I think, is keeping the human in the loop. And we're talking here about, it's not putting people out of a job, it's helping them do their jobs more efficiently. And in cases like public housing, there'll be some open and shut cases, yes, which the AI can make a decision on. Great. It's the edge cases which take up people's time in terms of elaborating on or thinking about why this should be a yes or a no, if it's that kind of question. And of course the AI can score something in some way, but it frees up the person who knows about this, the expert, yeah, to spend their time on the edge cases where it needs to be spent, not, yes, on the obvious cases at either end of that. So I think that's a key way that the public services can make use of this. But they need to regular auditing of the data, which data sets they're using, how the AIs come to those decisions. They need to keep on top of that, so they have trust in the system, and so the people who use the system have trust in it as well.
Thank you. Some great insights there from panelists. I just want to summarize this particular session by saying there are 4 million open data AI security roles globally unfulfilled. And that is telling us that the sector and industry is moving, the jobs are there. We need to follow up with the skills and development to fulfill those roles, to maintain the security, governance and structure that's been discussed earlier. We're going to move on to AI skills and education. John, I'm going to come to you, please, and ask how universities in the Northeast prepare students for careers in AI, for an AI-driven economy.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what I've been saying before. We collaborate. We work with SMEs. We listen to their challenges. We work with them to design the programs that our undergraduates and individuals who study here undertake. Our assessments are what we describe as authentic assessment in plain English. They're not an exam, it's doing, it's practical, it's portfolio building, so they can demonstrate when they leave that they're work ready. To Kevin's point, they go, it's not a surprise that the practices they're undertaking in the workplace to them. So that's what we do.
Thank you. And Paul, I want to come to you particularly, because I know NVIDIA focuses on this. What role does research play in shaping ethical and responsible AI development?
A really important role. Research is often a test bed, innovator for new approaches to things, and you can try things out in a safe environment, for want of a better word, to make sure that before these things are deployed in industry or the businesses or what have you, that they're fair and robust. And have been tested as well as they can before they're sort of released in the wild. So I think research is an absolute key part of that. And work in collaboration with the industries as well to make sure that what the research is providing is going to be relevant to the particular industries that are interested in it as well.
Thank you. And the other, Paul, how can higher education institutions collaborate with local businesses to create AI innovation hubs?
Simply collaborating and working together like we are today, right? I feel quite fortunate that I've been able to tap into the education network and further and higher education. It's amazing to see that there's funding opportunities that have come from the government, like the National Edge AI Hub and the National Innovation Centre for Data at Newcastle, that businesses can work with. I think it's with what we can do is help and support with investments, access to things like, NVIDIA as an example, have great open source capabilities that a lot of colleges, universities aren't aware of. And then also sharing the use cases that we have to help with the education in students as well. So getting ahead of the curve so they understand the impacts on different verticals. Because I find it quite interesting, like when I was in education and speaking to my kids and stuff, that they sometimes aren't quite sure where they're going to go with the horizontal learning that they're going through. But then you find like towards the end, they start to all of a sudden start to connect with a bit of a vertical that they're interested in. And helping kids and for higher education see those use cases and share them. So then that connection can maybe happen a little bit early. So then when they're starting to do the work, they can connect with them as well. I personally think it's a good thing. But I think in regards to enabling access to the technology is quite critical. The speed and pace, the speed these guys are making things is just absolutely insane. That keeping up with that and awareness with that as well.
I can't keep up with it, so
I think what we're hearing is that the pace of change is very fast, and this, for us to harness this and take opportunity in our region, is going to take a village. It's going to take a real wide set of collaboration and cognizant, intentional collaboration. Maybe that's the difference. We all are collaborating in small groups and small initiatives, and they are good. If we bring that together, it has a greater force and number for sure. Richard, what strategies can educators adopt to ensure AI education is inclusive and accessible to all communities?
Yeah, so I think something that I've been really interested in, where I think education has a massive role to play, is the productivity gains, the potential productivity gains from AI. I mean, using it in my day-to-day, I'm definitely 15-20% faster than I would have otherwise been. And I think colleges and universities are the places where that kind of attitude towards AI is going to be sort of crafted. And you can use it just to make funny pictures, and you could just do that all day, or you could use it to consolidate like a 1,000-page academic textbook into the key bits of information that you need to know. And I think the colleges and the universities have got a huge role to play in kind of cultivating how young people use AI, and cultivating it in the right way. And I think it takes a lot of bravery as well on behalf of academic institutions to do that. And it's obviously fantastic to hear that the NCG are kind of grasping the nettle fully. But yeah, I think that's in terms of accessibility and inclusion, everybody's using these technologies, whether they know they are or not. So I think it's just about kind of cultivating appropriate use so that we can get those productivity gains that will have a massive spillover effect into the wider economy.
Thank you. We'll pick up on that item tomorrow, is that everyone's using it whether they know it or not. So transparency will definitely be something that we touch on. So thank you for raising that. Kevin, how can lifelong learning programs help existing workforces adapt to AI technologies?
Obviously, I touched on it earlier, reducing fear. The technology is not going to do anything wrong for you, but doing it responsibly and building confidence and teaching people to fish, how to do it correctly. So I picked up a business leader from the airport the other week. I was in the car, and the message came through on Teams saying, Kevin, you're free for a meeting on this date. And I just replied to my car, goes, yes, can you book a meeting on Teams in this meeting room? Done. It was done. He goes, you can do that. I was, that's standard. That's just Copilot does that with Teams. I didn't know you could do that. And it goes, so basic stuff like that, like life hacks, it makes your life a bit easier. Before you had to go back to your computer, do this or stop and send it from your phone. So little things like that, I just, I can understand that now. It's practical steps. So people need to be hungry as well. They need to go out and investigate in their own time as well. You can't expect the employers to go, here's some training course, lunch in there. And so you need to have a bit of a hustle and go out there and be intrigued what's out there, because there's a lot of information out there, and there's a big opportunity to grasp it. So I'd say be hungry and go for it.
Can I just add to that? I think it's one of those things that we talk about AI that actually one of the things that I've done to enable friends and family with sort of getting grasp with it is go and have a chat with ChatGPT or Copilot and ask it.
Yeah.
And even down to the point about prompts, which are really key in making sure that you structure the prompt in the right way for the question. Ask it how you should structure the prompt and then write the prompt, and so on and so forth, and you get far more value out of it. So using the tool to learn about the tool is absolutely critical.
Yeah, if you're less familiar with it, play around with it. I certainly use ChatGPT as my search engine now to answer questions. We seem to put decades and generations have put pressure on young people to determine what they want to be when they leave school. as a career to determine that. Maybe what we're hearing is we're not quite sure how careers are going to evolve, and that definitive I want to be an X when I leave school is maybe no longer as relevant as it was. Maybe we all need to be like John Lennon when he was asked what he wanted to be when he left school. He said, I want to be happy. That's not a bad thing. Let's move on to ethics and safety. So John, what are the biggest ethical risks associated with widespread AI adoption in regional cities?
I mean, before we go into ethical risks, lifelong learning, I've just learned how to do that off Kevin. That's great.
Life hack.
I'm going to be going back and making that work. That's great. And the ethical risks, I think it's best to kind of say what we're doing here at NCG and then talk about the ethical risks. At NCG, we're being really clear about clear permitted uses, data protection by design, no high stakes interaction without human oversight or an appeals route. We've got clear safeguarding procedure and policy, and we've got equity checks. And I think to Richard's point, that is the first kind of use of AI that perhaps individuals might want to use is making funny pictures. But funny pictures to one might not be a funny picture to the person who's in that picture. And then there's matters of consent of that picture as well. So we've got clear guardrails here that we're working to the AI that we're aware of. Equally as well, I think we're considering, as Tony mentioned in his keynote, that we're very conscious about there is a risk of privacy erosion where the benevolence of monitoring means that we move into the erosion of privacy of an individual. So we're working with that. It becomes a rights and responsibilities position. There's a clear guidelines from GDPR. I think the other element from an ethical perspective is we don't want to create a two-tier experience where we get a second-class education process that is deferred to AI when human interaction is better. So we're thinking very carefully about, and it goes to the point where it's not just a case of in the private sector, but in the public sector and in education, it's how we can enable teachers to do even better with their students and how AI enable them without creating a two-tier arrangement.
Thank you for that. And I think we're moving on to a bias question. Paul Wheels, how can we ensure AI systems are fair and unbiased when serving diverse communities?
Human in the loop. Funny enough, the title of my book. Ensuring, and Mr. Hamilton in the audience is the guy that taught me all about this a number of years ago, that and it really stood out as the projects that we worked on in health and industrial and so on, that the key thing is having the human in the loop and not putting the over dependency on. And, there's always been that. I've been in IoT since 2007, and the collection of the data and the sensory side of things. And with that data, then you can start to build the models, but you've got to structure the data. You've got to make sure it's clean. But, with AI, it can drift. It can hallucinate, and having that human in the loop ensures that you're on top of that. Now, it's just like humans, right? You can get somebody who's the ultimate professional in a company, knows exactly what they're doing, but just on a bad day, they can drift a little bit and something can go wrong. And it's the same with technology. By having that human in the loop and that check and reassurance, you're staying on top of things. So I think that's one of the key and critical ways of doing it.
Thank you. We're hearing that term quite a lot, the human in the loop, and I appreciate you explaining what that feels like, and we'll examine the book later. Paul Graham, what governance models work best for balancing innovation with accountability in AI?
Okay, so the framework, so balancing innovation with the accountability, it's not so much a case of a balancing act. I think you can't have innovation without accountability. The accountability side of things reduces risk. So that, of course, accelerates the innovation process. So it has to be an intrinsic part of it. And so there's various ways of managing that. Going back to what we've talked about earlier, the sort of high risk cases, obviously you're going to have a much more rigid way of managing the accountability of these things. Low risk things, perhaps a softer touch. Human in the loop, key part of it. For the key decisions, perhaps which this AI is making, make sure that the human reviews those until you build the trust there. Making sure that you have a system in place to make sure that the AI is kept up to date. Policy changes, new data sets come in, new experiences come in, and we have to make sure that there's an ongoing review of how the AI is performing against new information. And these are all the kind of different systems you can put in place to keep this accountability, which is absolutely key to make sure you can innovate. You can't innovate in a risky way. You have to limit that risk as much as you can.
Thank you. We're getting the signal we need to move on a little bit faster, so we're back on schedule now. So, Kevin, how How should organisations approach transparency? How do you know you're using AI?
I think you just have to be a bit like data protection. You have to see where you're using the AI in your business and where you're not, what it's helping in the decision making, and where humans doing that. So to your customers, and you have to say this is where we're using the AI, because it was a high profile case not so long ago about a police commissioner where he used the AI and had the wrong information and banned a lot of football fans. So it's doing that, and the companies have policies around AI and how to do it responsibly. We're seeing a lot of companies with shadow AI where people come in and pay for ChatGPT on their phones and then said they're working for a week and they've done a day's work in ChatGPT, and then public IPs out there in the public. So it's a whole myriad of stuff there to pick up, but be transparent.
Transparent. Thank you. Richard, what role does public consultation play in shaping ethical policies?
Yeah, so I think with public consultations, the issue you often have is that it's kind of the same groups of people that will respond to those consultations and that will give those views. So if AI can sort of find those harder to reach places, I think there's huge value in that. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that people have kind of positive experiences of using AI as well. And, we know we can list the negative experiences that people might have until we're blue in the face. But, I think ultimately in terms of winning the hearts and minds of the public, it's about kind of continuing to make the case for AI as a productivity revolution and as something that's going to change people's lives for the better. And, that's incumbent on everyone who's involved with the technology.
Thank you. We're going to move to a quick fire round now. So Richard, staying with yourself, how can AI help attract investment to the region?
Yeah, so this is obviously my bit, I guess. What we've seen so far is huge amounts of investment in the infrastructure. So the Blackstone QTS data centre in Northumberland is like one of the biggest investments in the Northeast for decades, right? It is absolutely huge. You can't really quantify how significant that is. From an economic development perspective, data centers don't create a huge amount of jobs. We know that, but there's, with that capability that we're now going to have, and the capability we have with Stargate and the great work that's been done at Stellium data center, these send really strong signals to businesses that want to use AI that the Northeast is a place where they can do that. So I think that's what we've got to get right over the next 2 or 3 years. The record amounts of money that are going into AI, it might not be that way forever. So we've got a window of time here where we've really got to, we've got the infrastructure, we've got the expertise. We want to see more business activity coming in off the back of that, and that's my job and others as well to make sure that we are.
Thank you so much. Quick fire, so short answers. Kevin, what sectors stand to benefit most?
Locally, we do a lot with public sector and government, so the speed of response and customer service and process, we're seeing AI's helping a lot with that, with workflows and fraud detection, so we're seeing a lot there, so doing more with less, as a certain company would say. But yeah, we're seeing that also in our business, and we can scale a lot faster. We don't have to increase the headcount as much now with the workflow, so we're having smart AI staff. They're doing more for us as well, and obviously they get more money for what they do as well, so it's really high-paying job. So quickly, in a nutshell, that's it.
Thank you. And Nvidia, Paul, how can AI be used to support local manufacturing and industry growth?
For industry growth, I think you have to start with what you already have. So you've got your legacy systems, you can try and optimize them using AI, be it predictive maintenance, computer vision to look at quality control, health and safety. Paul gave the great example of like, has this person got a hard hat on? You can set up systems to detect that, set up alarms of someone standing too close to a bit of machinery, or they've not used the machinery correctly and things like that. So start with what you already have and look at where you can apply AI in those systems.
Thank you. John, what strategies can we ensure that AI benefits rural communities and underserved areas and not just urban centres?
Yeah, quick fire then. Physical geography becomes less relevant with access to devices, connectivity and support.
It's super concise, thank you.
Hey, that's quick fire.
Thank you. And Paul, how can regional cities position themselves as leaders in AI without losing their unique identity?
demonstrate the values that they've got. Like Rich just did greatly in regards to Newcastle and the region, in regards to the expertise, the infrastructure that we have in place, and the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to summarize and close now and thank our panelists for a really insightful discussion. I think we've just touched on that. I think there's an iceberg of things to further explore for sure. But I think the resounding message that we're hearing is we have to collaborate, we have to connect, we have to be mindful of the opportunity. Our region has repeatedly reinvented itself. At my tender age, I'm going to say, we've seen our local areas change and transform. We don't have to learn that memory muscle. We already have it. We just have to look to see what we want to be in 10 years' time and ensure that we put all of the good insights to good use today. Thank you. And we'll be handing over to the next speaker.
Great. Hello. How are we all feeling this morning? We've still got some energy in the room. Excellent. Right. Well, my name is Tim Flagg. I'm the CEO of UK AI, and I'd like to talk to you around how we can augment humans with AI. So just to start off, I wanted to kind of understand who's in the room. So quick show of hands. Who here is from academia or education? Okay, quite a few. Who here is from the third sector? Okay, good representation. Business? And I guess the rest of you are either here from government or maybe you're just here for the coffee and the cakes, I don't know. But the rest of people are here from government, I imagine, as well. It's really good to have a mixture of people together, and that's the ecosystem, which I think is really powerful for when we're looking at how we can actually start to augment the human. So what I'm going to do, first of all, is give you a bit of context on who I am and what UK AI is. And then I'm going to expand on this concept of how do we use AI to augment humans. And then I'm going to end with a quick session where I give you some practical advice on what you can be doing next. And there's also another workshop which we're doing tomorrow exactly on that, where we're going to be actually looking at how you can start this AI transformation in your business. So I'm going to pick up a microphone. Wander over here. Hopefully you can still hear me there. So UK AI. So we are a trade association for AI businesses across the UK. Now, many of you, I'm sure, will have come across trade associations for other businesses, right? Because there's a lot of businesses across the UK. There's everything from shipbuilding to ceramics to manufacturing. There are trade associations for many things, some of them decades or centuries old. AI is a new industry. And really, over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of businesses, yourselves included, all the people who put your hand up before from business background, who are interested in how we build our industry together. So about 2 years ago, I've been working as an entrepreneur in AI for about 8 years. And 2 years ago, I got the opportunity to go in and meet with the government minister. The new government wanted to understand how they could best understand the interests of the broader AI industry. What is the AI industry? What do they need? And there was this big bit of confusion between AI being just big American tech. So one of the big challenges for us is when people talk about AI, and I normally would do that with quotation marks, I've got things in my hands, but AI, it can mean everything and nothing. Right? So people say, oh, I'm going to use AI, but the majority of people think about things like ChatGPT or Gemini, a chatbot like that. That's what a lot of people actually mean when they're talking about AI. It's much, much bigger than that. And many of you will know, I'm sure, that it includes everything from data science to analytics to automation, visual recognition, robotics. There are so many different parts of that broad AI spectrum. And this is one of the things that we, as a trade association, are working on, trying to help the government to understand what AI is, but also help consumers to understand what AI is. Education has been touched upon by the panel earlier on, and it's really important that consumers understand what AI is before they can then know how to use it and apply it. So that's very much what UK AI does. We have been going now, we've got 200 members right across the UK. We organise events in Parliament where we bring our members together with MPs and peers to influence various different areas of policy. So everything from skills, which I'll go on to talk a lot about today, through to things like regulation, the economy, society and innovation. Those are the broad topics that we talk about. And now we're opening up regional chapters as well. So I'm really excited about building the regional chapter up here in the Northeast. We're also building regional chapters in Yorkshire and in the Northwest as well, and in Scotland and Belfast later in the year as well. So that's UK AI. Now let me get into telling you a bit about the theme of today, AI and the augmented human. So I use this analogy of getting on the bus. I think most people are worried and they're anxious about AI, and that's understandable because there is so much negativity in the press. There's stories about it ending the world, taking your job, defrauding people. We saw the horrific uses over the last couple of weeks by players like Grok, which the government have rightly stamped down on. But there are a lot of negative stories out there. I think as an industry, we need to take recognition, we need to take ownership of those issues and actually address them and try and find solutions. And in fact, a couple of months ago, we ran a round table in Parliament where we brought together members of Parliament and our members to talk around how do we tackle misogyny in AI. So we are looking at that, as well as things like diversity and bias. How do we address those biases within the systems as well? So it's important to acknowledge that people have anxieties around what AI is going to do for them. But I think it's also important, and our job very much is to showcase the examples of where AI can deliver good. And fundamentally, I don't believe that we're going to be replaced by AI. I think that we will be augmented by it. And that's what I want to unpack and share with you now. So the real risk, as I see it, isn't that AI is going to take your jobs. It's that you're not going to be on the bus. You're not going to be part of the group who is moving forward and seizing the opportunity to be able to get the skills to progress. Now, what do I mean by this whole kind of concept of getting on the bus? Well, let me take you back 12 years or so when I worked in a company called Zipcar, which some of you might have come across. It's a car sharing club down in London, Bristol, Oxford as well. And one of the challenges was they were a very successful business at using digital technology within their cars, but their digital marketing, their marketing team was not very digital. So there was this real kind of disconnect. And they needed to go through a transformation, a digital transformation, to get the team up to speed on using the latest digital tools. That was my job, to drive the team through that digital transformation. And it was really interesting going through that process because we had this sort of, I found the team broke down into thirds. So it was a third of the team who were really interested in understanding digital. They were passionate, they were curious, they wanted to know all about the digital tools. There was a third of the team who they didn't really know much about digital, how to use digital social media tools or digital platforms or email platforms, but they were open to learning and they could learn, and they did learn. And there were a third of people who they just crossed their arms and they didn't want to be a part of it. And it was quite a challenging process to drive that digital transformation. But you know what? It wasn't about the tech. It was about the people. It was about those attitudes that I just outlined there. And the people who obviously were champions, they were great, and we empowered them. The people who wanted to learn, we also empowered them. The people who didn't want to get on the bus, unfortunately, they didn't want to get on the bus. There's not really much you can do about them. But this is what I mean by saying get on the bus. Encourage, find the people who do want to come on that journey with you. So there's an opportunity here to look at the mindset. What is the mindset that actually will help you? And I think the mindset itself hasn't really changed since those times. So back then, after Zipcar, because I'd gone through that digital transformation process, I then looked at how I could help other businesses, and I became a digital transformation consultant, helping businesses to go through that transformation. And the thing that I saw was that actually it comes down to a number of different characteristics. Curiosity is the number one thing. Trying to make and stimulate and encourage people to be curious, because back then, this is going back 10, 12 years, technology was traveling so fast. You couldn't just teach people about the technology you had there in marketing. You had to teach them to be curious so they could go and discover things for themselves, and they could then find out what works best for them. Now, that was teaching curiosity back then because it was moving fast 10 years ago. With AI, it's even more important to teach that curiosity and to encourage that curiosity. The other thing was testing and learning, experimentation. So really making that a core part of this transformation process, because you have to be able to try things out. Once you've discovered things, you've gone out and found things that you want to test them. But not just test them any old way. You've got to use data. You've got to run experiments, gather the data, see what works, repeat the things that work, and move on quickly to iterate. Now, that whole process also calls for quite a lot of resilience, right? Because you are going to fail in that process. That's the nature of it. But you need to be able to work on the data and see what has worked, and then build on that. So those are some of the key characteristics of what I would classify as digital transformation. Fundamentally, curiosity, the resilience and agility, the data-based experimentation, and then that iterative process. And what I found is that the companies that I speak to now, 12 years later, when I go around the country speaking to businesses of all sizes who are going through AI transformation, the story is really similar. It is exactly the same, in fact. So the companies who've gone through digital transformation, who have a mindset, a culture shift already, who are curious, agile, resilient, who are experimenting things, for them, AI, it's just another type of technology. And they're testing it out. They've got the culture there where they're encouraging people to be champions and experiment and test things. And it's not a problem for them because they've already got that culture. But they are the minority of companies. Not many companies actually went through that process. And there's still the majority of companies are trying to now go through an AI transformation process and rushing to try and embed AI without really understanding what it is they're trying to do. So for me, the key thing is trying to make sure that you're focusing on framing the problem. So what do I mean by framing the problem? Well, it's about getting that question out there about where AI can help your business. What are the challenges you're trying to face and address in your business? What I see quite a lot is that people will often have a pressure to want to deliver an AI thing, an AI project, because someone at the top has said, we need to have AI because our competitor over there has had it. And that causes a number of problems because people then are unable to actually sort of think about it logically. They rush to the solution before they actually get to they rush to the solution before they've actually framed the problem. And do you know what happens then? Well, actually, because there's no metrics, because there's no plan, it often then goes wrong. And then there's that negative feedback cycle of people then thinking, well, I don't believe in this anymore. And they kind of burn through that goodwill. So let me come on to talking around how we can get more with the same people that we've got. So it's important to think about how the people you've got can do more with AI. So rather than getting rid of the people, rather than sort of taking them out, removing them, actually there's an opportunity to get more from what they're doing. So this is where AI can help your teams to become much more efficient. Let me just find the page on my note. And I want to kind of reassure you, particularly here in a sixth form college, in the education space, that young people are essential to this whole process as well. I think there's often a lot of concerns, and when I've spoken to, I've got teenage kids, when I've spoken to other young people as well, there's a concern that AI will disproportionately affect them. I think it will also disproportionately benefit them because they've grown up in this environment where they have natively understood it. The biggest challenge that I see is this, I've called it, we need to shift the perception from a cheating culture to confidence, right? So often what we see is that kids have been taught, or young people have been taught, that AI is cheating, just full stop. It's a binary, absolutist position. And then they come into the workplace and they're a little bit sort of ashamed or a bit sort of nervous to be using chat GPT to help them. What we need to be doing is more embracing how they can use it properly within the education system and encouraging them, as I think some great examples here before, talking to it, asking them. I, as you'd expect, use ChatGPT all the time. I'm not asking it to write things for me. I didn't ask it to help me write this presentation. What I did do, I use it as a sounding board. So I'll ask it, ask me some questions that will help me distill down what's in my head into some bullet points, or will help me to frame this example, or a great research tool to go and get some stats that I can use for this. There are things like that which we need to be encouraging and actually so bringing into both the curriculum of schools from an early age, so children and young people understand that it is a very positive tool for them to use. And then when they get into the workplace, encouraging them to be able to do that and breaking down and changing that perception that it's somehow cheating, because it's not. It's augmenting them. It can get them to have these superpowers and make them really efficient. The other thing which it's really good at is personalized learning, right? This for me has been one of the sort of the holy grails of using technology in the education and learning space, to be able to make the way in which the learning is personalized, targeted, bespoke to you and your learning style and what you need to learn. And that's what chatbots can do. They're really good at that. They can pick up on the way you learn, the things you like, all of those things. I've built a couple of GPTs for my teenage daughters to help them with their GCSE and their A levels. I programmed them. One of them really likes Friends, so it asks questions to her for her GCSE in science in the style of a character from Friends. The other one is really into K-pop. And so it asks her questions that are somehow related to K-pop. So it brings these things in. But the point is, there are really effective ways to actually engage both young people, young workers, all of us actually, in a way which is very personal to how we learn and how we process knowledge. So I wanted to also talk around how augmentation really works. And I loved Paul's comment before about the human in the loop. I think that's exactly the right process we need to have here. I try and break it down into a similar concept of thinking about it as the input, the process, and the output. It's a really simple system. Now, we need the humans to do the input bit, right? So we need to be gathering the information that we want to put into, whether it's a chatbot or any system. And only humans can do that bit, or should be doing that bit, because we know what is good. We know what we want the outcome to be. The machines are really good at doing the processing bit in the middle, and then humans are needed to do the output bit, to review. So that whole, what I was talking about before in terms of how young people should be able to use these, I think that's a critical part of it. We need to be able to teach them how to input the right types of questions, the right type of input, the right kind of data, and then how to review those critical thinking at the end to make sure that where they know what good looks like. And that's an iterative process as well. But it's not taking away the human. You can't take the human out of the loop there, to use Paul's term. You have to have the human there in that, and there's a critical role. But what it's doing is speeding up and accelerating and increasing, augmenting that process in the middle. That's where the machines can really add value. So it's giving individual humans those superpowers. So businesses often will try and build in AI skills programs. And I wanted to touch upon what I've seen when they try and do that and it doesn't go quite as they planned. I mentioned before that there's often this top-down mandate. And actually, that's where I think they often going to fail to get engagement, because it is all about building confidence and trust. When we talk around, when I talk with the government around skills, they will often talk about the very, and they have done some really great investments into the technical training, graduate, doctoral level investment in universities in computer science and the very specific skills. And don't get me wrong, that's really important, and it's great that they're doing that. But what we need to see is a much broader investment in skills, and an earlier investment in skills. So broader, that means not just the technical skills, but the confidence to use it in your everyday. And there have been some initiatives now, and we're very much pushing for more, where we can bring it into communities and we can actually engage people, everyday people in everyday tasks. How can they use it to plan their meal planning? How can they use it if they've got a contract or a letter from the council which they don't understand? How can we help them with that? It's really essential that people are using it in their everyday, because those people are ultimately the citizens and the consumers and the employees that we all work and interact with. And many of us who run businesses, they're our customers who are buying the products and services from them. So we really need them to have that level of confidence. But they will only get the confidence to be able to use those tools if they understand it. So that's why that's sort of that broader education. And we already touched upon the earlier education. But often, if you agree with me on that principle there, that actually you need to build that confidence and trust. Think about it now in an organization where if you haven't got that confidence and trust across everyone in your organization, and you're trying to force it from the top, what they're seeing is something which is being forced upon them, not something which is empowering them. So I think it's really important to try and empower those individuals from the bottom up, understand what it is that they're concerned about, and empower them. The other thing I wanted to touch upon here was kind of one-off training. So I think the concept, a lot of you, I'm sure, have been on training courses. Some of you might have run training courses, and it's often a sort of once and done. You will learn to do PowerPoint. We might learn to do some presentation skills, and that's it, tick, done. AI skills do not work like that, because of the way they're constantly evolving and because of the way in which the technology is changing and the skills needed to drive this cultural change. It has to be an ongoing process. So I'd really encourage you all to think about this as an ongoing, continuing, evolving engagement with your team, and it has to be a regular touch point. Okay, so in terms of how do we measure this, I've touched upon this a little bit, but I think it's important that we think about some KPIs which are broader than just the business objectives. And I've put on here confidence. That for me is the one thing which, when you look at organizations who've got this right, who've been through that digital transformation and now they're going through the AI transformation, you see that they're measuring the confidence of the people in their teams, and you see the increase. And if you can increase confidence, that should be a fantastic metric for your organization to show that you are doing AI transformation right, and it's a bottom-up metric. And then there's also curiosity. How can you measure your people and whether they're being curious? But you need to find a way of doing that. You need to be able to see, are they taking the initiative, going out there, trying new things, bringing new ideas to the table? And then lastly, momentum. How can you measure that momentum in your organization to see whether people are adopting it? Because those are the things which are really important to be able to track, to ensure that transformation is happening in your organization. So hybrid teams are a way of pulling this all together. So some of you, I'm sure, will have heard of the concept of agents. Let me just kind of give you a quick summary of an agent. This is a program, effectively, that will be programmed with decisions. So you are able to tell it, if this happens, then do this. And that could be, you might want an agent to help with your shopping. Or you might want to have an agent to help you book a calendar appointment. I think an example was given earlier on. But you can program the agent to do things independently. And once it's set up, then the agent will do that for you. Now, think about this as being an extra worker in your team. And it's a worker who, once you've set it up, it can then carry on doing all of that work overnight. It's very powerful because it increases the output from that team. But like any worker, it needs to be led. You can't just set it up and expect it to do its own thing. It needs to be managed. It needs to be led. So actually, what we're seeing now is this hybrid management leadership team. Managers are having to learn how they want to set up teams. in some ways, it's no different from hiring a new apprentice or a new grad, because you have to spend time helping them train and learn, but it needs that leadership. Okay, so I'm going to kind of whiz through the next section. I wanted to just touch upon work becoming play, because play is a really important part of this. And I work with a lot of AI filmmakers. And over the last 3 years, I've seen this increasing confidence being built in a new community of people. At the beginning, it was a lot of kids in their bedrooms hacking together AI films on their computers. But now it's people who are in the creative sector who maybe have spent 20, 30 years not making actual film itself, but maybe making the sound or maybe writing something. They've always wanted to make a film, but they've never had the ability to make it. Now they're plugging in and learning how to use these generative AI tools, and they're making their own films. They're telling their stories, and they're being really successful because often they're really authentic and they're very creative people. It's unleashing their power. And these are often people in their 40s or 50s who've already had a successful career doing something else. And now they're telling those stories. And then seeing increasingly brands wanting to engage with those communities as well. I'll skip through this concept really quickly just to get to this bus analogy about getting on the bus and getting started. I think the main question is, are you going to get on that bus? And how can you encourage people in your team to also get on that bus with you? I wanted to give some last sort of skills, last ideas for actions you can take to get started with this. Sorry, it's a little bit small for people at the back there, but I put here 5 immediate actions to take right now. So give explicit permission to use AI at work. So encourage your staff to be able to using it and tell them it's all right. I mean, it sounds like a simple thing, but often people don't know it's all right, which is why you get the uptake in shadow AI usage. I'd say, secondly, identify the boring work and run small AI experiments. Find all the boring things. Say to your team, which are the boring bits of your jobs that you really hate? Get a list of those things and then try and experiment how you can automate them, how you can use AI tools, not just chatbots, but lots of the other tools as well. Teach that input process output model. Remind people that humans can only do the input and the output bits, but that's the machine in the middle. It can help to accelerate that other bit. Start with bottom up. Really engage with your teams rather than seeing it as being something which is being forced from the top down, and measure confidence, not just the output. Okay, so those are the 5 immediate things I'd suggest. The 5 longer term actions. Make sure that skills are not just a one-off thing, but they are continuous over time. Redesign the roles around human augmentation. So think about when you're hiring people, when you're writing those job descriptions, start writing into those job descriptions now what it would mean to be managing a hybrid worker, or what it would mean to be alongside a hybrid worker. Build leadership capabilities for human and AI teams. That's really important as well. You've got to think about your leadership now, encouraging them to go on that journey, and your managers as well to go on that journey to be able to lead this process. And rebuild that early career confidence. We've already touched upon that in terms of how you can actually make the young people coming to your organizations champions rather than feeling slightly ashamed of that. And normalize play. Really start to experiment and learn. I'm getting the timing notes, so I'm going to whiz on. So just to wrap up then, hopefully that's given you a bit of a flavor from what I've seen working with businesses across the country of how they're approaching AI transformation. There's a lot to be positive on there. It's about encouraging and empowering your team to come on that journey as well, and to see it as a way of augmenting, accelerating, and improving what they can do, whilst reiterating the importance of the bits that only humans can do. I've put a couple of QR codes on there. If you'd like to know more about UKAI, the trade association, if you're running a business, then the top one's for you. If you'd like to know more about the training, we work with a number of partners to deliver training at all of those levels, from leadership management and also everyday AI, the bottom ones for you as well. I'll be here doing a workshop tomorrow as well on how to start this transformation process. I hope that's been useful, and good luck getting on that bus. Thank you very much.
Right, I'm sure you're all ready for a break. We are running, I'm going to say 15 minutes late, which we started off 25 minutes late. So thank you, everybody, for helping tighten that up. If you'd like to have a break, we're not going to shorten your break time. So you stretch your legs, get a drink, have a pastry. Please just back out in the place where you had your breakfast. However, the two Pauls at the front, can you just stay where you are? Because we've got work for you guys. So just for 2 minutes. All right, thank you. think we're still chasing them. Okay, we're going to make a start. I'd like to introduce Robin Cordy from Serios Group, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. And Robin has stepped in for Lee, who's had to deal with something else today. So without further ado, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, we managed to hastily update the slides. So I'm not Lee, I'm Robin, Chief Commercial Officer at Serios Group. I'm standing in for Lee, but I'll be delivering pretty much the same presentation, obviously my style, not his. And today we're going to be talking about responsible use of AI. There we go. So responsible use of AI talks all about how we manage and make the most of the opportunity whilst balancing the risk. We are a data solutions expert company, so one of the things I'll be talking about is how data is an absolute foundational element to achieving AI success, and how you can go about doing that, and building those building blocks in order to get the most out of it. So I'm Robin Cordy, Chief Commercial Officer at Serios Group. There's about 65 of us. We are a Newcastle-based tech company. We've been going 6 years, and we predominantly work with large organizations, really helping them address the challenges they've got with their data. Lack of data isn't usually the problem for any organization, large, medium, small. Everyone is usually drowning in data. It's usually the opposite problem they have. The challenge that people usually have is actually being able to leverage and capitalize on that data and actually use it in the ways that they want to. Often we find people have data stored in legacy systems, on-prem solutions, cloud, databases here and there. Sometimes there's some spreadsheets on John's machine in the corner that are holding critical customer information. And this is in large organizations as well. You'd be astonished. But data, people have been saying for years, data is the new oil. The value that is contained in most organizations' data can often be one of the most valuable assets they're sitting on. But if they can't use it and utilize it in the ways that they need, then they can't leverage that as an asset. So for example, being able to feed data into an AI model, being able to ask questions and get rapid answers, being able to understand insights about customers and finances and whatever it might be. All of those things are potentially huge. Being able to make high quality decisions based on data, that all relies on having a solid data foundations. And in order to leverage AI, that is a fundamental component. So what do we mean by AI? I'm not going to go too much into the definitions, and I'm sure most people have a view, but we talk about it referring to the systems that learn from data to make predictions, recommendations, or decisions that would normally require a human level of intelligence. The critical part there is learning from data. So although it may seem like magic, sometimes even I, using AI and ChatGPT and Copilot and Claude, it does seem like magic sometimes, but fundamentally it's based on training a model on billions or often trillions of data points, and the model predicting what the most likely answer would be next given a given query. So again, data being the raw ingredient for AI. What we mean by responsible AI, so we're talking about designing, building, and using AI in ways that are safe, fair, transparent, accurate, and accountable, so it benefits people without causing unintended harm. I also want to make the distinction between responsible AI and ethical AI. I'm not talking about ethical AI today, but that is a very important separate debate. That's about the things that we should and shouldn't be using AI for, and the big questions around how we should use it ethically and legitimately. Responsible AI is more about the ways to achieving that. So it's not necessarily a technical concept, but it's around how you build the whole architecture around AI within your organization or within your world to be able to use it to achieve the things that that you want to do. And for organizations, it's very much a capability as well. So we're moving at rapid pace, lightning speed in the development of AI, as everyone knows. And actually, organizations can't keep up, especially those with long-standing processes, systems, etc. All of that needs a complete and total rethink. So to achieve the benefits of AI and to mitigate the risks, it's an organizational capability as much as anything else. So how do we manage the opportunity? Well, I've summarized here what we all know. We've seen a technology that can provide the speed and the scale of decision making that the models we're now seeing enable. We've got loads of stats around lawyers delivering things 40% faster, although probably 40% more expensive as well. Retailers achieving 60% better margins on forecasting using AI tools, and developers building things 56% faster based on this is a Microsoft and GitHub study, being able to deliver things significantly faster than they would do previously. Doesn't necessarily mean that they've got the infrastructure and the rails around that to be able to do it in the ways that they want. And the opportunity is rapidly expanding. We need to embrace it. But the bigger the scale of the opportunity, the bigger the risks as well, good or bad. If you scale AI on bad foundations, you are just scaling bad answers and bad solutions faster. So without those guardrails and the quality of the raw ingredients, you can't capitalize on that opportunity. So how do we mitigate the risks, and what are the risks? Well, we've probably all heard about hallucinations, but a lot of AI failures, as they're termed, are actually data failures as much as failures in the model. So a model will just work to a process and is effectively an algorithm that will do step by step by step. If the data on which it's trained isn't accurate or has inconsistencies in it, that's often where hallucinations and errors can come from. So one of the things we often see with our clients is the inability to report on a single customer. So most large organizations, customers are obviously very important, but they would usually have a customer defined in a CRM system, an online marketing platform, an ERP. Sometimes we see it across 20, 25 different systems or more. And actually, if you want to know everything you know about me as a customer, what I've bought, what I might buy next, purchase history, average basket size, all of those kind of things, that often requires processing data from a lot of different places. So if that, you might have the best AI model in the world, but if that information is not readily accessible and contains errors or inconsistencies, you might ask the model to tell you something and it'll actually give a wrong answer, or that can often be where hallucinations come from. So bias, outcomes and exclusions, incorrect fabricated answers. The third one on here is lack of accountability. This is a really interesting one, and this comes far away from the technology really, and even the data and the models. It comes around the governance and the organizational structure. So who's responsible for or accountable within an organization for an AI providing the right answers or not? Is it the technologists? Is it the whoever is the custodian of the data? Is it the user? It's a really interesting question. So there's not a clear answer either. The solution is to put the guardrails and the governance in place around that, and to create the organizational capability so that the information and the processes by which the AI is giving the answers are fully accountable, and you've got the lineage and the trust and all of the auditability to understand actually how it's coming up with those recommendations or how it's coming up with those answers. And then the final one on here in terms of risk is misuse and over-reliance. I'm sure we've probably all been guilty of putting something in ChatGPT because we need a quick answer on something, and then using it, and then you read it properly later and think, actually, maybe that wasn't quite as good as it should have been, or maybe I shouldn't have trusted that. And I think I really like the term that Tim used earlier around augmenting our worlds rather than, or augmenting our roles rather than replacing them. I got a puppy recently, and sometimes the GPTs that I use remind me of an overexcited, eager to please dog, very capable and can produce huge amounts of work at speed, but needs clear instructions on what to do. And if you let it run amok, it will just produce complete nonsense. So that over-reliance, especially within organizations, and we're talking about the impact on education as well, is really, really important. We need to educate colleagues to be able to use it in the right ways and to let it augment their roles rather than replace it. So I mentioned before that a lot of risks and or errors that we get within AI models aren't actually down to the algorithm or the model. Often it's within the data foundations. So maybe not always the sexiest part of AI, but this is a lot of what we specialize in at Serios Group. And actually getting these foundations right is fundamental to the success of AI. So we've got a number of pillars that we identify, and the misconception often is, oh, let's just improve the algorithm. If we do that, we'll fix the issue, or we'll get better quality outcomes. The reality is the algorithm is only ever as good as the data that we feed it and the context and the assumptions behind it. And so these data foundations, they're not technical plumbing. It's a bit of everything. It's a bit of governance. It's a bit of organization. It's a bit of technology. So data quality is the ability to understand and measure the quality of the data that you've got. You can do that through automated means. So we build data quality tests and things like that, but you can also do it through non-automated means as well. Data lineage is about understanding where the data has come from and how it's been changed and managed over time. So records can update over months or years. And if you can't understand how those things have changed, it's going to be very difficult to leverage that information. Security is obviously a massive thing as well. So who can access what data when? There's huge risks potentially about allowing models to run amok on internal information and confidential information, personally identifiable information, and then surfacing that to colleagues. So that security around it is critical. Data governance is a really big one as well. We're seeing a lot of projects come in where organizations are looking to implement AI and have funding and buy-in to do so. But actually they get stuck quite quickly because they realize they don't have the data foundations and the governance in place to be able to deliver what they need. So governance actually is not technical. It's more about how the processes are managed, how data is being created, who owns it, who's the custodians, all of those types of things that mean that you could guarantee that the data that's being produced within an organization is of high quality. And finally, there's the life cycle management. So how are you managing that over time, updating it from kind of cradle to grave, all of those kind of things. All of these really need to be in place to capitalize and reduce the risk. So we don't see risk and opportunity as separate things. They're kind of the same, they're kind of two ends of the same spectrum. So in mitigating the risks and improving the quality of the outcomes, you're also going to be able to capitalize on the opportunity as well. So this is a lot of what we do at Serios Group. Enterprise grade data platform. So implementing a single data platform again is a massive solution to kind of achieving the AI dream. As I said, most organizations usually have data spread across lots of different systems and silos and departments and all of those kind of things. I actually think the term data platform is slightly misleading because it implies kind of one technology that's going to solve anything, whereas it's more about a set of processes and systems and workflows that take data from lots of different sources, bring it together, model it and structure it so that it can be used. Now, often that's used for dashboards and reportings, but we're seeing more and more consolidated, clean, cleansed data being used to train AI models and large language models and so on. So I'd advocate any organization who doesn't have a strategy or an approach for this, that it's something that they need to look at. It removes the silos, it standardizes the data quality, it applies those governance and metrics and everything else. As I said, it may not be the most glamorous part of the AI dream, but it is absolutely the backbone of achieving it. And this is something that we're putting in place now on a lot of different clients. So the path ahead, we've got some views on this. So AIs clearly will shape the future of our workplaces, societies, opportunities. We need to embrace that. And as I said, we need to see the risk and the opportunity as kind of the same spectrum. If we get the foundations right, then we can mitigate the risk and achieve the opportunity. Future of AI will be defined, not by what the technology can do necessarily, but by the foundations and the values on what we build. And it's kind of everyone's job as well. So it will impact all areas of the workplace and all roles and so on. And so data quality and the use of AI, everyone's got a role to play in that, and everyone has a stake and an opportunity to gain from it. So it's imperative that our workforces understand and can leverage those things and play a part in that. And if we get AI right, we're in for one heck of a future. We shouldn't be fearful of it, but it is about stewardship and management and actually taking a proactive approach to it and not just kind of letting it happen to us. We need to grab it by the scruff of the neck and make sure that we are in control of it. I do think people who understand AI and can leverage it have a better chance of succeeding than those that don't. So I don't necessarily agree when people say it isn't replacing roles, because I have seen certain roles be replaced by AI. But if you understand AI and can use it to augment your role, it's a path to success. So that's it. Thank you very much. I hope that was interesting, and I'll hand over from there.
Everyone's still here. We've managed to keep the room going, so that's always very good. You've heard from many people this morning, but now it's time for you guys to actually get involved and do some work. So I've been reliably informed of some QR codes that you can scan to connect into a monitoring system. We're going to ask one question. She says optimistically. So you can use this QR code. There should be one on your screens near to you. Thank you. Now, the question we're going to ask you is, how are you using AI today? And I think you get an opportunity to put in 3 prompts, 3 words as to describe how you're using it. That could be using it in a social capacity, using it for search, or using it to organize your day, or meeting planning, or preparation. I don't want to give you the answers. I want it to be how you feel you're using it. You might be a more regular user and using it actually in your work. You may be training it. You might be deploying it, maybe building it. Who knows? What you want to achieve is just to get a snapshot of the real broad church of contributors that we have in this room today, to really see where the North East is today and the usage of AI. And we may ask a question in 6 months' time and in 12 months' time, and actually see if we're evolving as a region with that uptake and adoption of AI. Okay, so we've got, actually, a little bit easier. Oh, thank you. There's a lot more answers coming in. Make big things small, central for fun, idea generation, creativity, writing, briefing reports, search platform. So planning, research, and coding is coming up pretty interesting. People are using it for coding. Probably not surprising the number of technology companies featured today. Someone's using it for everything. Keen to know who that is. Reviewing, building, drafting documents. Oh my goodness, look at the plethora of different ways AI is being used. You can start to see that this is the early stages of adoption, and the real breadth of how AI is being used is quite significant. It's being used, I think we touched on this in the panel earlier on. We're using it in our everyday lives in really inventive ways, researching, creativity and writing, preparedness, etc. And yet, I don't know if anybody else in this room, but were you taught that, or did you intuitively just grasp it? Did you pick it up, and you don't have to answer the question here. I'm kind of setting the scene for our next panel is, did you just by osmosis pick that up through perhaps your social feeds and how you're using your regular social connection platforms? Did you actually learn it formally in your work environment? Is it part of the toolkit that you use in your everyday work? Was it a self-learning situation where you wanted to know something, so you went out and you sought that? And there will be a variety of different answers, and there's no right or wrong answer to that. But what it does start to indicate is, as a region, we are really starting to heavily adopt this. I love some of the other ones, responding, sharpening communication. In my instance, sometimes I do an email, I say, can you make this a little bit softer? We're all so busy, you kind of, emails can become quite blunt, and you don't want our communication to be unintentionally misinterpreted. So great uses there. Organization, jobs, meeting summaries, absolutely. And approaching Christmas, I was working with Veronica and John on the preparedness for these sessions, and like everybody else, you know, too much work and not enough year remaining at the end of December. So I used my friendly ChatGPT and said, look, these are the executives who are going to be on the panel. These are the types of discussions that we want to have. This is the problem statement, that there's a huge opportunity in our region of 40 billion pounds. There's a delta of 10 billion if we don't get it right. What are the questions I should be asking? And I got ChatGPT to develop the questions. I then, as the human in the loop, went in and I refined those. I think, well, actually, that's probably not the question I would ask that individual, knowing them. So I tweaked it a little bit, but actually the work I had to do was reduced significantly. And I can't imagine I'm the only person in the room to do that. So I don't think that's cheating. I think it's a sensible way of trying to achieve more and deliver more and be as optimal as I possibly can, and not be working until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. I think we've all done that, and I don't have a desire to continue doing that indefinitely. So anyway, share that with you. So if you didn't like the questions, blame ChatGPT, don't blame the questioner. Okay, so with that, we are going to move on to our next panel discussion. So I'm going to ask our panelists to please come back on stage. Our next panel discussion is going to be about preparedness, tech capability, knowledge, skills, and capital. I think miraculously we're back on track. I'm getting the thumbs up at the back of the room. So somehow we've managed to get back on time schedule. So thank you. Welcome to panelists. I am going to ask you to introduce yourselves in a moment, but for those who perhaps joined a little bit later in the morning or have just joined us, I'm going to recap just the opportunity statement or the problem statement that we want to explore today. Is recent research in the Northeast region suggests that AI adoption trajectory could expect 40 billion of additional economic output over 10 years for the wider Northeast, with 30 billion for the Northeast Combined Authority. If, and materially more, if new data and delivery centres could translate into faster adoption. The risk, or the delta, comes is if we don't address the uncertainty in the uptake of skills development and infrastructure. So I've got an esteemed panel of experts who can help us better understand that and respond. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists, starting with Jen, to perhaps introduce herself and her role at the council. If you could all just introduce yourselves, so with a quick 2 seconds on your role. Some of you have already been on, but I'm sure for anyone who's just joined us, I'd like to hear. So Jen, welcome.
Thanks, Ruth, and thanks for having me. So hi, everyone. I'm Jen Hartley, and I am Assistant Director of Capital Investment and Growth at Newcastle City Council, and I am by no means an AI expert. In fact, my 8-year-old son is far more prolific with AI than what I am. My role entails everything from major projects, so anywhere you see a crane or a digger in Newcastle, I'm really sorry, that is my team that is working on that, right the way through to economic development, so business support, skills and inclusion, inward investment, or all of that good stuff as well.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Norridge. I'm Assistant Principal here at Newcastle College. I'm really relieved after being introduced to these 3 guys on the panel earlier that Jen sounds like she has a similar understanding of AI to me. And I think that's great for the panel, a bit of a balance here so that we can really discuss some of the key themes. My remit is quite broad as assistant principal, but with regard to AI and this panel this morning, I do oversee our quality and teaching, learning and assessment teams. So looking at what is happening in the classroom. So really keen to have this further discussion.
Morning again, Kevin Howell, CEO, founder of HTG, award-winning Microsoft partner in the Northeast. We make IT simple, secure, and ready for AI. That's us.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Graham. I work for NVIDIA, who are a hardware and software platform company. A lot of the hardware and software we have is used for creating AI. I work mainly with the higher education sector, so universities. As part of that role, I also do a bit of teaching as well. So I teach people how to take advantage of some of the tools and software that NVIDIA has.
Should get Paul to come along and do a talk and teach is great. Paul Wheels, Lenovo, principal consultant for sports and events.
Thank you. So my first question to Paul Wheels, what's your assessment of the current AI skills gap in the Northeast?
I don't think it's anything different to most of the UK, to be quite honest. I think we've got a bit more of a digital divide, so maybe it's a little bit of a less in that regard. We've certainly got a strong appetite. There's a lot of big investment that's been made from national government and business into the region, and hopefully that continues to grow and build. But in regards to the divide, I think we've got a little bit of a disadvantage to other parts of England and Scotland as well.
Can you just elaborate a little bit on where you see that divide? Is it social demographic? Is it knowledge?
I think it's more around access outside of, so for example, schools and education. Not every kid has a laptop at home or a computer at home. We are working with partners like NVIDIA to help solve that problem with reissued equipment and getting it into the hands of councils and so on, and working as a partnership network to try and fill that gap where devices will cost £35, which probably cost £400 or £500 when they were brand new, to try and fill that gap. And then with that and with the online access to artificial intelligence, then they get the access to it, but they need to have the devices to get the access.
Yeah, I think Tony Lewins touched on that this morning about a region that does have digital poverty, and that's in the knowledge, it's in the accessibility and accessing that. And of course, we have the largest physical landmass of a county anywhere in the country. Yeah. So we have that infrastructure of connectivity as well. So challenges to overcome. So thank you for
if you think about, if I just touch on that, like once upon a time we had libraries.
Yes.
And when PC first came out, I remember, although my dad was a CTO and we had computers at the home, but going to the library and messing about with PCs and stuff in the library. They're quickly and fastly disappeared, especially in local towns and stuff, rather than in the cities. We've got a great one in Newcastle as an example. But, that access to things like that is disappeared.
Yeah, and as technology advances very quickly, that divide increases. So thank you for that clarity. Kevin, which roles or skill sets will be most critical for successful AI deployment?
I think you've seen a leadership team, like they need to know AI, they need to be literate in the direction of there. So they need to create a strategy. You need a service owner for AI. So which part of your business are you going to be using AI in? Where you're going to get the efficiencies? Business translators, people who understand business and where they can understand where AI can benefit that business. So tech people don't normally understand a manufacturing company or something like that, but if you do, that's a goal, and translating that. So I think that's a key bit. And also security, responsible AI is a big thing. We touched around data going out of the business and IP out of the business, make sure that all that data is correctly labeled and controlled and nothing's going outside your organization. So I think they're the key bits that I would say.
Digital fluency and savviness, and it's required. And our previous speaker said, even with the greatest deployment of AI, you still need leadership and oversight. So thank you for that. Catherine, how can education providers better align curriculums with AI workforce needs?
Yeah, the first thing when I was thinking about this before today, I was thinking we need a shared understanding of what AI skills are. So that's across industry and education, and that's across different sectors as well. So what is an AI skill in engineering? What's an AI skill in healthcare? And how do we come together on a shared understanding of the language and a shared understanding what those skills are? And I know there's a lot of work going on at the moment with various bodies, Skills England being one of them, and they have produced an AI skills framework. which is a start of looking at what are the technical skills, what are the non-technical skills, and then looking at the ethical skill. What do we need to consider, and then what are the competencies needed for different job roles in different industries? So I think that's the starting point. We need to have a shared understanding of AI skills. So there's been a lot of discussion this morning where sort of my head's whirring around where does this all fit. I think at that point, once we have that, we start looking at AI as being a core competency. We think about literacy, we think about numeracy, digital literacy moved into that. And AI, it may have been Tim that talked about continuous. We need AI skills to be one of those core competencies, but I do think we need a shared understanding first.
It's a great way of framing it, that the skill itself isn't static and it's going to evolve. I love the way you describe it. It's actually AI is a competency in itself.
Yeah.
And to move to that. So thank you. And if we can touch on Paul Graham, what strategies, Paul, can businesses use to reskill existing employees for data-driven roles?
Yeah, so I had a good answer for this, but I watched Tim's talk earlier, and he basically took all my thunder, I think. So, the first strategy I would say is get Tim along to have a chat with you as an organisation. I think it was your second last slide, Tim, which had a series of bullet points which are actual actions organisations can take. But taking away from that, and things I've thought about, things like identifying champions in your organisation, people who can take on a particular project. They can get trained up and they can develop the expertise, and then from that you sort of trial things out and create buy-in from the rest of the team when they see what success or otherwise comes from that. So I think that's a key thing. I also noted that keeping it interesting and exciting, again, which is something that Tim touched on, make sure the training's associated with the particular roles that people are in. Real world problems that affect them in the day-to-day, rather than some abstract problem that it's interesting to learn something, but doesn't really help with your day-to-day job. I think that's key. And it has already been mentioned, this needs to be continuous, the sort of training side of things. Things are changing so quickly. They've changed, 3 years ago, we weren't ChatGPTing, we all are now. And so who knows where the next 3 years are going. So, you have to have a plan in place to how we can, revisit the training, make sure it's still relevant and what new things are coming out, and keep on top of that as well.
Thank you for that. And calling out the relevancy seems to be critically important. I think many of us in this room are of an age where we were taught algebra. I have never used that in my entire career since, but I think a focus on helping me solve a problem with AI that is relevant to me is spot on and helps me do my job. Catherine, can I ask you, how do you see apprenticeships or vocational training contributing to AI readiness?
Yeah, rather than the word contribute, I think apprenticeships, vocational training, qualifications are actually central to driving AI readiness. So yes, we have, I know out in the forum, we've got our specific sort of digital design, AI, the apprenticeships are really focused on that. But as a FE college, we have 20 plus vocational areas, and we need to ensure that those areas are developing the skills for the workforce in all of those different sectors. So every qualification, apprenticeships have to change, qualifications have to change. And a lot of discussion has already been around the rapid sort of evolution of AI. Well, education historically hasn't worked that way. We don't evolve rapidly. Many schools, even some classrooms here, in this college, it'd be very similar to when I went to school quite a long time ago. So we need to be thinking about those things as well. So education, qualifications, apprenticeship need to be changing in line with how the world is changing, how AI is changing, and the speed of that.
And Tim touched on the fluidity of work and play becoming quite synonymous with one another, and you're describing that kind of similar situation.
Yeah.
Jen, can you give us your thoughts on what roles has local government play in funding AI skills development programs?
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, we're not experts in AI, but actually within our organisation, we already have an AI readiness program, which we've all been through, and we're encouraged more and more to use Copilot as our program of choice, and it has, it's had a different levels of adoption across the organisation, but certainly you can imagine that not only the inordinate amount of reports and briefings and paperwork that we have to do, it's actually become a really efficient way in scraping all of that data from whatever's in our inboxes. It's back to the point that was made earlier by the speaker. You have to question the data as well, because somewhere along the line you've probably written what's then coming out the other end, and so it's sort of double checking that. So there's an awful lot of work being done internally, and obviously we get tens, hundreds of thousands of questions every year from residents about potholes, about bins, about parking fines. There is definitely, some efficiencies and better ways of being able to speak to residents and customers on a really consistent basis. And I think that's it's often very different depending on which officer you speak to. So there's an internal point which we're definitely getting to grips with within the City Council. There, of course, is the investment, the direct investment in skills programmes that we will work alongside the Combined Authority. The fact that the North East Combined Authority has AI and skills within the local growth plan is a real testament of the weight that we see and the importance that we put behind this. And the fact that obviously the North East has also been designated as the first AI growth zone is hugely important. We're still working out what that means, and certainly we fed in from a Newcastle point of view, not that we've got swathes of land that can build a huge Blackstone QTS data centre, but obviously working with the college and the universities, we have a lot of that, the skills base, and we know that we'll be able to help to build that talent pipeline. So there's a lot of work around funding mechanisms. We can obviously, as a local authority, act as a conduit, as a delivery partner to ensure that these programmes are adequately funded and we're putting enough weight behind it. I suppose the final point I'd like to make, and it's to Paul's point, is the inclusion part in this as well. Obviously, we act on behalf of residents across the city. Not all of them have the same access to not only to digital platforms, but to digital skills. So we do have a number of programs to get residents online. We do still use our library as a hub, and we have satellite hubs as well in some of the communities. We obviously have very different challenges to what some of our other local authority partners have. We're the urban core of the North East. Therefore, we deal with our with our demographic slightly differently. Obviously, I live in Northumberland. It's a very different rural question about making sure that everyone has similar access to skills and platforms. So I think as a local authority, that is the way that we can help to invest in.
Thank you, and a real broad spectrum of suggestions there. Thank you, Jen. You touched on the fact that the UK has got the first AI zone, which is great, and that's really a kind of driving engine as to why we're having these discussions in this event over the next 2 days, is to ensure that we're all cognizant of the size of the opportunity, but also what work needs to be done to ensure that local citizens benefit from that. But we also have to be pragmatic to say the pace of change and growth is going to be exponential, and that we will need to attract additional talent into the region. So a question for Paul Graham. How can we attract and retain top AI talent in the region given the national and global competition?
Yeah, so that's really interesting, and I've seen tales of people in the US, Silicon Valley, being offered millions of dollars to join a particular company because they're an expert in that particular field of AI. Unfortunately, I don't have that level of expertise, and I'm here. So, not unfortunately that I'm here, but that's why I'm. Sorry, yeah, that didn't come across quite so well. Yeah, I'm sure we'd all like $1 million salaries, but the challenge we have is encourage people to come here, and I think that what AI researchers and AI practitioners really want to achieve, and this is like all of us in our jobs, we want to have an impact. We want to, do something which is going to affect people in a positive way. And if we can, as a region, present the challenges where people can, do their life's work and try and have that positive impact in terms of their research or the work that they do, I think that's an absolute key thing. And that's going to, that gives value to what people are doing, way beyond what the numbers on a salary could do. And I think as a region, we can definitely do that, working with the organizations in the region, the councils and so on. What are the real challenges facing people in the North East? Where can we help people the most, and set those as challenges for people to come and work on. And I think that's probably a great way of bringing people in.
Yeah, come and join us and make that difference.
Absolutely,
for sure.
absolutely.
Because the reality is, when you come here, you tend not to leave. Many of my cohorts have said I went to university in Newcastle or Sunderland or Durham, and they've stayed, which is all great. Paul?
Absolutely. And to add to that, and to also defend my earlier comment, the other point I wanted to make is we have so much to offer in the Northeast in terms of a place to live, a place to work, a place to grow, to bring up your family, and things like hybrid working and all those kind of things, which encourage people to work in a region like this. I think we have to absolutely sell that as well. We all know it's fantastic here. We all love to come back.
It is one of the best kept secrets, but it's also one of the unique things we've got in the region, especially for England as well, in regards to the cost of living, but the diverse region that we have with the coastline. Jen and I, fortunately living in Northumberland, so on and so forth, that, it's a really special place, to be fair, out of the whole country. And trust me, I've travelled this country.
Champions League football.
And Champions League, what a game last night. Yeah, I am a little bit tired today because it took me a while to get up the A1 back home, but that's another story. But the other thing as well is actually that there's been a whole lot of investment in regards to AI in the region, well before the growth zone was announced, with the National Innovation for Data, the National Edge AI Hub at the university, funded by UKRI, that actually when we talk about AI, it's very easy to jump onto Copilot and generative AI, and then we start talking about big data centers, the Blackstone investment. There's actually a whole other spectrum of distribution of AI as well, from your mobile phone to edge computing devices, that actually we're actually quite far ahead in this region on those types of things, rather than a number of spaces are really focused on the big data center side of things. That actually we've got a good balance here. And I think with the work-life balance that you get here in the region as well, it's quite unique, because the cost of living means you can do a little bit more, because some companies are fortunate, like myself. We have kind of London wages from being here, with the hybrid working opportunities that come from the bigger companies coming into the region, with the work that Jen's team are doing in attracting. And by the way, what a great team you have. I've really enjoyed working with them. So, there's that opportunity of building it out and gaining that into the region to really excel things.
Of course, and selling actually what we're very good at, which is tenacity, grit, but also the other assets that we have in the National Data Centre. It's here. The fact that we are the first AI hub, it's here. And the fact that, it's built in the north is a huge kudos. Catherine, can I ask you, what partnerships with universities or research institutions could accelerate skills development?
Yeah, so I don't, as I've already confessed, have a depth of knowledge in AI, but I certainly know that the Northeast is the place to be. I've heard about all of the innovation. I hear about the data centres. I don't fully understand them. We have innovation centres up the road, the Helix. We have innovation and research coming out of our ears here in the Northeast. The way that I would say that we can accelerate that is really to look at the partnerships within that, and how do we accelerate the partnerships, or how do we create those intentional collaborations, the intentional partnerships more, that I think you mentioned earlier, Ruth. So I don't necessarily know about all of the research that's going on in the Northeast that might be relevant to our further education students here, or even our higher education students here, our apprentices, the workforces the industries that we work with. How do we bring that together more? And how do we get further education involved in that? And we haven't mentioned schools as much, but the young people that come to us every September, which is over 6,000 of them, they've come from 7-8 years of school. How are we looking at schools as well? So I think it's that bringing together all of the players, having those intentional partnerships, and then looking at what research is happening already, making sure everyone's involved, at least everyone knows what's happening, get involved at the relevant and appropriate points.
Thank you. You've just identified the first use case I'm going to ask Paul Graham to help us solve, is how do we actually get a visibility of all of the great research that's going on in our region? And I'm sure there's an agent out there that could be deployed to solve that for us. But anyway, that's a very different panel discussion for a different conversation. Paul, how do you anticipate automation AI impacting employment levels in the region? Paul Wheels, sorry.
Sorry, what was the question again?
How do you anticipate automation and AI impacting employment levels in the region?
I wow, just give me the easy question. I think Robin mentioned before when he was talking that I've witnessed the same. There has been impact in regards to some roles disappearing through impacts of AI, but then I've also seen a whole load more coming. I'm seeing roles that are a lot more creative in their basis, and sort of the menial tasks actually being recognised that AI can help them in resolving that. So I think it's changing. I think we've already talked about this morning, that the roles are changing and businesses are trying to figure that out a little bit more. I have seen a few companies that I work with have actually took a bit of a pause in regards to their recruitment and thinking more pragmatically about where they're going to make investments to be able to get rid of the menial task side of things, to be able to excel in other side of things as well. So hopefully we'll start to see more of a spike start to build up. I'm certainly seeing it in our company that there's been a spike of roles popped up over the past couple of months.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody watches A Diary of a CEO, but Steve Bartlett apparently had, as he was moving forward his organization, said he didn't want to hire any additional hires this year until it could be proven AI couldn't do the job. That wasn't necessary to cut headcount, because what he wanted was to then think, what creative talent could we attract into our business to take our organization to its next stage of evolution and growth? So it wasn't an instead of, it was an addition to. Let AI do the boring tasks, the mundane work, and let's liberate the organization. So
interesting, just to add to that, some investors that I know are actually advising technology companies to be very stringent on their headcount and looking at how they can deliver the same amount, if not more, focus on creativity and get rid of the menial tasks. And that's where a lot of roles have kind of beefed companies out, is that with the operational side of things has become a little bit overinflated, that they're trying to get them to be a lot more efficient-minded because they become a lot more attractive to invest in and acquire.
Differentiation is through creativity. Yeah, indeed. So Kevin, what measures can we ensure that AI adoption does not exacerbate inequality in the workforce?
Something that Catherine mentioned before is schools. We do a lot with schools in South Tyneside, and obviously we're a Microsoft partner, we talk about the tools. When Paul mentioned that laptops, kids don't have laptops, disadvantaged areas, they don't have access to this tool and either. And like Copilot, it's like £35 per user per month. The school can't afford that. Microsoft's just reduced the price on that, but we want them kids coming into our business as apprentices and learn, but they don't have access to them tools. So that's a barrier of entry. So when you say how do we go across all businesses, we also cover a lot of charities, and they have senior people who work part-time. They would benefit massively with a Copilot, could do some of their work, but again, they can't afford that. So how can we create some sort of fund to give back with people that need it, because they're going to benefit the most from it, rather than like big, large organizations who get it for free as part of their big license deal. So it's how to create a bit around that side of things, and basically hesitant staff and stuff like that. So how do you get them on the bus, as Tim mentioned, So I think that's the biggest challenge I'm seeing in colleges and in schools that don't have the tools that we need in workforce. So there's a bit of a gap there. We need to close that down.
That's a big takeaway, isn't it? Something we probably need to follow up on as a further discussion. Paul?
Can I add to that? It's very easy for us to start to jump to the subscription services, and we're a big partner of Microsoft and so on and so forth, right? It's very easy to jump onto the subscription services, which are building up to be expensive with the likes of Copilot and Microsoft. You've got the offers from ChatGPT and so on, right? But you can also take those models and actually implement them into your own infrastructure, that then you absolutely drop down your cost for your GPUs by having it in your own data center. And then you have sovereign, so it's protected. And you can also start to work in hybrid models as well, which is one of the things that we're driving as a company, is that recommendation of thinking about where you put your data and where you're implementing AI, and being creative on the GPTs and such like that you're using as well, to then start to build out your own ecosystem rather than dependencies on Microsoft and co that sometimes can be too much for a small, medium business, as an example, right?
I think you're actually touching on the question I was going to ask you there, so thank you for preempting that. When we did the Mentor question, we asked, how are you using AI today? This is for Paul Wheels, what factors are most influencing AI adoption rates in the Northeast? What factors are most influencing AI adoption rates in the Northeast?
In the Northeast, it depends on what you're talking from a business perspective or a personal use perspective. From a business perspective, I think I'm hearing a lot of what we've talked about on stage this morning. A lot of people are either using ChatGPT for personal use, or they've created a private instance. I was working with a company yesterday where they've got a great private instance that they're utilizing. A lot of public sector and colleagues and friends of mine that are in public sector are really heavily utilising Copilot. I personally go between Copilot and ChatGPT. Work-wise, Copilot, personal use GPT. I think from the business side of things in the network that I have, there's definitely the GPT use is really accelerated especially over the past 6 to 9 months. Then with the adoption in regards to manufacturing, so I worked quite closely with Make UK and sponsored a number of events. We did a round table with some of their companies at the back end of last year. It was quite interesting to see that actually 50% of them were actually quite ahead of the curve in the adoption of using things like computer vision. And we're actually building with kind of legacy methodologies rather than utilizing tools that are out there that could like dramatically increase their capabilities. So there's a lot of tools out there that aren't marketed well. Like the likes of NVIDIA, Intel, AMD have some fantastic open source tools to use. But it's how much money do you put in to push out to make people aware of those tools. And quite often as well, those tools are promoted to the developers and not to the business decision makers. If they're aware of that those tools exist as well, then it sort of creates the loop to help drive and accelerate things. And I'm hoping we'll see a lot more of that over the next year or two.
Great segue into Paul Graham's question. Paul, how do you see local businesses prioritising AI investment?
So I think first of all, the investment will be in the people, and that's not necessarily hiring new people, as we were discussing, but enabling the people they have who are the domain experts in the work that they do to start incorporating AI. So that that involves training and making things like the tools available, or coming up with their own tools to do that. Then looking further ahead, those people become enabled, they become the champions in the organization. They can go and do proof of concepts and try things out, and then maybe 3 or 5 years down the line, the company sees the success, the return on investment on these particular projects, and then they can look at maybe expanding the infrastructure. So this idea of having your sovereign data, your sovereign AI, and things like that. But yeah, it starts off with people, as with many good things.
Thank you. Kevin, you run a successful small medium enterprise here in the Northeast. What barriers do you anticipate organisations like yourselves for adopting AI?
I think a lot of it is cost and also security, privacy and compliance fear. So we see a lot of, there's a lot of horror stories where people have done shadow AI and they've lost IP. I mentioned it earlier. And there was a genuine case where there was a company that designed electric flying aircraft in Bristol, and they had £5 billion worth of investment, and that got into Chinese hands. That IP got lost through AI. So you hear them stories on the register, and people get fear about it and go, we're not putting this in our business because we don't want to lose X, Y, Z. That may be extreme, but it is sensationalized, but it's a true story, and that ripples through, and people go, I don't want to do this, so you have to do it in a responsible way. So people they want to do it, and they've got fear of missing out, but also want to do it in a responsible way. So it's how you find the middle ground, I guess.
So it's FOMO as well. Jen, can I come to you, please? How can local government policy accelerate AI uptake in regulated industries like health and financial services?
So I think from a local government point of view, it's setting out those strategies. It's putting the flag in the ground to say, as a city, as a region, we see this as important. It's about helping with those funded skills investment programs, but it's also about being that connector, I think, as well. So, being in a kind of a unique position where we have a holistic view of what different sectors are doing, or certainly knowing of all the different sectors operating within the region and almost bringing them together in some way. So at a combined authority level, we do have the local innovation partnership, which brings together universities and businesses and a college and others to really help to bridge that gap with the across different sectors, and talk about how do we then, go to UKRI and others to say, this is how, this is a programme that we think is relevant and nuanced to the Northeast, rather than a kind of a one size fits all across the entire country. So I think it's our role to help to make that happen.
Sticking with that thought, what role do public-private partnerships have in accelerating adoption?
So I think, to be honest, I can't see any area where a public-private sector partnership from a local authorities point of view is a bad thing. And I think in the Northeast, we do partnerships really, really well. I think it helps that everybody knows each other. I think, you know, one of the first things that I say to an investor, and Charlie and I had this last week, is I warn them that you will soon figure out that we are 2 degrees of separation. And then within a couple of WhatsApps, everybody in the region knows where you've been, who you've met with, you know, where you're going. And it's a really good, it's mostly a beneficial thing that the region has. And it's certainly more so than any other regions that I've worked in. Even when we had the Mercury Prize come to Newcastle, and we obviously had no influence on Sam winning it, but wasn't that amazing? But we very quickly pulled together a really, you know, really compelling bid for the organisers who were looking at Liverpool, they were looking at Manchester, and we came in and said, actually, we've got a collective, and I'm looking at John because John was one of those phone calls that I made to say, right, how do we win this for Newcastle? And the team who also are running the Brits, and they keep saying to me, we keep saying to Manchester, you know, you're not as good as Newcastle. Newcastle did it this way, which is, you know, obviously music to our ears, excuse the pun. But we were able to pull everyone together to make it a really spectacular event. And I think, you know, that applies to everything that we do, especially when we're looking at AI, which, you know, for us is it seems like a new frontier, but as Paul says, you know, we've been working in it, you know, some of us might not have realised for years, and we're a bit of, you know, we think we're ahead of the curve in some way. But having those partnerships will help us to de-risk the routes to entry. It helps us to really be innovative and to bring people together and, you know, have that headspace to be able to do that. Because we know that otherwise everybody's working in silos and it's just not going to be as productive as if we all come together.
So 2 degrees of separation in the north. Paul, are there specific industries in the Northeast that you think will lead or lag?
Yeah, that's so. I thought long and hard about this one. It's quite a tough one. I think traditional industries which have always adopted new tech when it comes along will obviously adopt AI just as another new technology comes along. Think about the creative industries, things like that. They're very used to working in that sort of quite quick changing environment. The manufacturing industries as well, there's always pressures on, you know, the bottom line there. So anything which improves efficiency, when AI is arguably something which can do that, they're going to adopt. In terms of lag, and I don't want to seem unfair to the council people, the sort of larger public institutions, councils, health services and things like that. And it's because of the challenges you have is unique to your organizations in terms of things like the governance and the risk, managing the risk about these things. So de-risking, you mentioned that, absolutely key. And it's great to hear that, you know, you are adopting AI and so on. And, you know, there's lots of things happening in the NHS where they are adopting AI and they're pushing ahead with it and they're ahead of, you know, in terms of the world, because we have the data governance in place to use people's health data in a safe and protected way, so that, you know, people aren't identified and things like that, but we can take advantage of that large data set that we have as a nation to help improve the health of people going forward. You know, so there's innovations like that, but also, you know, things in terms of like the office side of things, you know, it's quite challenging to speed those processes up as well. So, you know, there's some people lagging, some people leading.
Can I come in very quickly? One of the industries that we're seeing real growth, not just in the Northeast, but we are really focusing on it, is around space and defence and security. And I was in, and I'm hopefully allowed to say this, I was in Leonardo, which is an Italian-owned, mainly helicopter manufacturer. But they have their AI centre within Newcastle, on Newcastle Helix. The reason they're there is because we have the Defence Science and Technology laboratories working out of the building opposite, and the Catalyst, who also have their AI centre of excellence. But when I was in Leonardo, they were talking about their radar technology, which is what they're developing there. And they said actually they stole some of it from, it was a David Attenborough program where they were using for their filming technique a certain type of radar that actually was really applicable to what they were doing on the fighter jets. And I just thought that was a really lovely story of cross-sector. And you would never have thought that defence was stealing stuff off Attenborough. And I'm sure Attenborough probably wouldn't particularly approve, maybe. I don't know.
There's a couple of stories around that on the Deep Blue series that I did as well, where there's a few AI things that came out from that as well.
Thank you. Great insight, a wonderful story to share. Thank you for sharing it with us. Paul, what incentives would most effectively encourage early adoption? What incentives would most effectively encourage early adoption amongst regional businesses?
Money seems to be the big driver for everybody. That could be saving or could be generation. It's interesting on some of the projects I've been working on within the new role, that, you know, clubs and organizations like the World Cup, it's all about scale and grow. And, you know, AI enables that localization of content in near real time, which then broadens out whole new markets for them to reach and give content in their style, in their language. It's not just translation, it's actually changing the complete style of the content as well. But I think if you know, the majority of the business I work with and spoken to, especially historically coming from IoT and into AI from that route, was about operational efficiencies initially. And then it was enabling them to then have revenue return from that operational efficiency. So at the end of the day, money talks.
It does, and for sure. And I read something yesterday, and this is perhaps for Jen to help as well. So across the UK, 78% of local authority budgets are spent on social care. And if that's a significant proportion, which doesn't leave an awful lot for further investment. So picking up on Paul Graham's comment on what industries will lead and which industries will lag, it's not intentional. It's a societal challenge that we have, that local authorities are investing in the right things, but it's consuming a large proportion of budget. So how do you innovate, and how do you experiment, and how do you effectively deploy AI into the social care environment to better use that funding for more optimum results? And it's a constrained budget that doesn't allow. So, you know, we're already starting to see use cases develop, even just from this morning's discussion, and collectively I'm sure we can address that. So let me come to Kevin. Kevin, how do you see AI adoption aligning with broader digital transformation strategies, particularly in your organization? I think it'd be a good one for people to kind of see illustratively.
Yeah, so we see AI as an accelerator, all right? So it's not doing something new. Think of when the internet came out and what your business would be like without the internet now. So we're seeing AI adoption, secure AI adoption. It's a journey, not a destination, because it's changing all the time. And you've got to be adapting it. So we do lunch and learns within our business. We'll have all the staff in there. We'll do it every week. And people see this is what we've done. We bring customers in. We do lunch and learn. We do them on webinars. It's fastly evolving all the time, and nobody knows everyone. Everyone says that you're an AI expert. Well, I know a little bit of a large subject, so we're learning all the time, and you need to be curious and have that hunger to grasp it.
Great insight there, thank you. Catherine, can I ask, how do you expect consumer trust and data privacy concerns to impact AI adoption?
I think I'm possibly a good example in terms of being a layperson in my use of AI. So on the one hand, as a normal, typical consumer, I suppose, personally for me, if somebody phoned me up and said, can I have this information? I would be very, why do you need this information? We would like that, I'm not sure about that. What are you going to do with my information? So super wary, suspicious of. Yet when it comes to Copilot, ChatGPT, and what that can do for me, I'm instantly putting everything and anything into it. And Veronica Spowett at the back of the room, our host today, was horrified at how I was actually using that tool. So from one end of the spectrum, if you ask me over the phone or to my face, can I have this information? Absolutely no, I'm not going to give that to you. And I know why. Yet I'm almost oblivious or very naive around kind of the information that I'm openly putting into AI. So I think there'll be a lot of people out there who are maybe on the same page as I am, and maybe some that are even more wary. So maybe our older generations are more wary, who maybe haven't been as used to the rate of change that we're going through. So there's a lot of change happening. Tim talked about mindset and having a positive mindset. And when change is happening so quickly, sometimes when you're not used to that adaptation of a mindset, you become more stuck in your ways, so maybe more suspicious, more wary, and that might prevent uptake. And I think we need to be really aware and mindful of some of our marginalised demographics, cohorts, areas. So an older generation might be one of them, but also those we haven't touched on yet. We're looking at AI uptake, but actually what about digital literacy? And what about what the levels of digital literacy are in different areas with different demographics, different cohorts? So I think there's quite a bit to unpick around that. But I do think people being wary of that kind of where am I putting my data? Who's using my data? Why am I putting my data here? What's it going to be used for? Will prevent maybe certain cohorts, certain demographics.
Great insight, and I think it probably resonates with many people in the room. We're going to move on to our closing questions. So it's a bit more quick fire. So if I can ask quick questions and concise answers, please, I'd appreciate it. And it means we're keeping all this wonderful audience from their lunch, so we have to be fairly prompt on this. So to Paul Graham, how critical are data center investments for enabling AI adoption?
They're really important. It's great for the Northeast to have a big data center investment. It basically highlights the areas, a place where this kind of innovation is happening. But I think more importantly is how we make use of that data center. And importantly, I think from my point of view, is making sure there's services available so that all the people in the Northeast, be it SMEs, large organizations like councils or even individuals, can somehow benefit from these systems being available. And a lot of that's the software side of things, just to make sure that it's relatively straightforward to use these things. But yeah, a lot of it is build these things, and the add-ons that come in from that, people wanting their data to live close to this and so on, it can be really beneficial, but it has to be for everyone.
Thank you. Kevin, what infrastructure gaps pose the greatest risk to adoption?
I would say it's still internet connectivity, 5G. All these services are mainly based on cloud, and we'll talk about edge. But yeah, so some of our guys on trains and stuff are using co-pilot and sales agents, and the service on the train go down to London, it's patchy, right?
Yeah,
So it doesn't work. So there's that. Now we talk about legacy data silos, we talk about data hygiene. There's a lot of legacy systems. We do stuff for large government departments, and there's years and years of data. People don't know what it is. People don't exist who create that data. So how do you label it and understand what that is? So that's a big barrier of entry as well. So
yeah, I'm going to touch on to Paul Graham, because this is an infrastructure one. How do you see energy availability and sustainability influencing infrastructure decisions?
Yeah, that's a huge thing. I mean, organizations want to be seen to be green, and we know data centers use a lot of energy. I mean, with my NVIDIA hat on, it uses energy very efficiently, but it still uses a lot of energy. And so that's a real concern for people. And so having things like renewables and as being part of the infrastructure is really important. So I think that's something the Northeast can very likely excel in. So it's a huge consideration nowadays.
Yeah, so AI, it's not just a panacea for success, but it consumes a lot of energy, and we need to be cognizant of addressing that simultaneously to addressing the roadmap for the opportunity.
No, absolutely. And the problem is as well with large energy infrastructure, there's a huge lag there as well. You look at, the new nuclear power stations being built down south, they've been planning for years. It'll be another 10 years or so until they come online, I believe. And so you have to think about these things now, because if you want a big data center in 5 years' time, you need to start building,
Indeed. Jen, can you touch on what role should local authorities play in planning for AI readiness for infrastructure?
I think local authorities we need to ensure that we embed AI and infrastructure in the strategies that we're writing. At the moment, we're doing our local plan in Newcastle, which is basically a 10, 15-year master plan of the city, looking at employment sites, residential sites. You might be aware that we've got a very ambitious housing target of 15,000 new homes in the next 10 years, which is no small measure. So I think it's up to us to make sure that it is a consideration and that we're using it as well. And obviously things like working with the Combined Authority on the growth zone is another way in which we can ensure that the region really accelerates and provides the right infrastructure for business to flourish as well.
Thank you. Sticking on with investments, Paul Wheels, how can we ensure that infrastructure investments translate to faster adoption?
I think it was proven with the North Tyneside investment, to be fair, with the data center there. I want to say Starlink, but that's my internet. Sorry? Yeah, no, the one next door to Stellium. There's the mistake in that it's Stellium, it's not. John Wilson would go mad if you said that. But It's live stream. He's probably heard it. You can all get a phone call. But a demonstration with that investment and why OpenAI and NVIDIA and co worked on that with, God, I forgot the name of the company that's doing it as well. Nscale, sorry, yeah, Nscale. That with that program, it was down to the fact that the energy was there, the data connection was there, the energy plan to upscale on it as well. The plan was there to deliver on that infrastructure, and I think we need to think wisely about that. And I think we've got a lot of dependency on the Northern Power Grid and the power grid in general in the UK. Interestingly, talking to colleagues who work there, like if there's ever a company that needs to adopt AI and help accelerate things, it is the power grid. They are like pen and paper still in regards to a lot of things that they do. And we are massively dependent on that infrastructure.
Single point of success and single point of failure.
Yeah. That is my biggest concern across the country, but especially the region, that we've got such a dependency on something that is so far behind in being operationally efficient.
We'll take that one away. Kevin, what cybersecurity conditions should we prioritise?
I think we've talked about shadow AI, responsible AI, but also the speed. We do a lot with cybersecurity, and we see a lot of hacks, which are very easy to do now. I've got a 16-year-old son. His friends can go on the dark web and get a hack kit out and take out most solicitors in this country for 59 quid. And when I talk to kids around that, they're saying we can earn Bitcoin and stuff like that. He doesn't do that, but he's got friends who can do that. It's so easy and accessible with AI. You don't have to be an expert. So it's quite dangerous now. So security is a key thing.
Yeah, it is. Locking down your infrastructure to make sure it's impenetrable is critical. Jen, how do you view the balance between centralized versus distributed AI infrastructure?
I mean, I think there's an argument for both, isn't there? But I think regionally, from a core city, from the urban centre, we know that we need to ensure that we've got infrastructure that our businesses can tap into, and that will be fit for the businesses as well, the ones that we have and the ones that we're looking at attracting. But obviously there is a need, a very specific need, if we look further out in the region. So I think certainly, the combined authority is in a really good position to be able to assess the different nature of the wider piece across the northeast, and ensure that through the investment fund and through other decentralized funding that we're receiving, that we can put it in the right places for the right results.
My next question was, what financing models could accelerate this?
Well, again, it's that kind of public-private partnership model that will de-risk, that will allow us as public sector to be able to borrow against, it could be against future income from business rates. We've done that through enterprise zones and accelerated development zones in the city. So I think it's a whole cocktail of funding models that we'd look to. But from our side, we definitely need that private sector investment as well, and that's what we're doing when we're speaking to investors, both regionally but nationally and internationally.
One of the things that we're doing as a company, as Lenovo, is we've actually got a program called TrueScale, which will actually finance infrastructure for businesses right the way through hardware to software and services as well, to move it from a CapEx dependency to an OpEx dependency, to make it more affordable for businesses to accelerate their adoption as well.
So you build and run. Another question for you, actually, Paul. How can we leverage existing industrial assets to support AI infrastructure?
I think the investments that have been made from the government and with education and the foundation of data collection with IoT, the big buzzword from years past, right? That actually the whole point of IoT was about those sensors collecting the data to then start to create the automation and get into autonomy. And I think it's very easy to forget about that, like huge investments in the region with the Urban Observatory as an example. And I'm working with that team on doing some digital twinning stuff and creating some fan engagement stuff with that the infrastructure's there, and a lot of businesses have made those investments or have bought equipment that have got the sensors there that maybe aren't utilizing that data collection. That's there for them to use. And also, as I said, in the region with the sensors on water, so on and so forth, that working with the likes of the Urban Observatory at Newcastle University, you can get access to that data to help your business drive that way as well.
you're touching there on the ability to tap into aggregated data across multiple different touch points, which is pretty critical. And I think we recognize, or certainly it's coming out in our conversations, that there's a tremendous amount of data that's not being used, it's not being leveraged. And I've had this conversation repeatedly. And even look at what used to be data lakes and other such repositories, 80% of data is seldom used, 20% of it is regularly used. And to liken that is, how many pairs of shoes do you have in your wardrobe and which ones do you wear regularly?
Don't ask me that question.
Well, I'm making a very simple analogy, but if you're less familiar with technology, it's a great way to analyze it. You open your wardrobe and you wear the same 6 items. We do exactly the same with data. We have 80% roughly of our data that could be really impactful that's not being tapped into. So we're coming up to a close, and I want to pass this to Catherine to comment. Catherine, when we talk about infrastructure for AI, what non-technical investments are just as critical as the technology itself?
A quick fire answer to that would be, I think, prioritization of educators. So our teachers have to not just be upskilled, but they have to be the first to actually truly adopt artificial intelligence and understand those skills. So I'll go back to the very first answer I gave when I said we need to understand and have that skills framework that we can map all future qualifications against. So I think that there needs to be an investment in our educators, so our teachers, our lecturers, who are expected to be developing and providing the workforce of the future.
Thank you. And as we're to summarize what's been shared, and it's been a very broad discussion, so thank you for your contributions. Education to ensure that young people coming through our education system are equipped with the right skills, that are AI literate, and that the education curriculum is changing. That's critical, so they get to a stage when they're school leavers that they can actually move into vocational training and education such as Newcastle College, or consider university if that's a choice. But it takes us to a conversation we touched on the very first panel, is not necessarily are those skills going to be the ones that are needed. And as many of us sitting here are representing technology companies, often we're not looking for the graduates anymore. We're looking for team members who can problem solve, who are creative thinkers, who are lateral thinkers, who have great collaboration skills. And all of those skills aren't necessarily taught. It's an evolution. So we can really start to see a change in expectation and the education system rapidly changing in order to meet the opportunity and demands. And we also touched on infrastructure. There's much within the region that we could be connecting and ensuring that we're optimizing, but we're also hugely reliant on things that are out of our control. An infrastructure like National Grid is absolutely integral to our success. And we can do all of this planning, but it's contingent on being able to have the super infrastructure to support us. So there's lots of takeaways, and there's lots of people in this room who are connected into local government, national government, who have voices who can contribute. I can assure you we'll be calling upon you to help us take this conversation forward. But for now, we're standing between you and your lunch, which I've been reliably informed is ready. So thank you to our panelists, and thank you for listening.
This is a great networking opportunity as well. Everybody's got their name and organisation, and if anyone wants an introduction, please just ask. We've got a different audience.
Actually, live everywhere, so I went to uni there, and it was work. Yeah. I stayed at my mum and dad's last night, and I'm gonna head back tonight. Oh, you know? Oh, right. Well, no, I'm not. Well, I was going to my no, but I'm back in that sense. I'm not like, oh, I'm not giving up. I'm not on the program. So, right.
It's not like that.
So, that's probably not the platform. Because if you just start, get it off before the locking in, because I've locked into it now. So right. And it's because it's really old stock. I was definitely so the white
Okay, I think we're about ready to resume. I hope you all managed to get a nice lunch. So without further ado, I'm not going to talk at you for ages. I'd just like to introduce Richard Dawson. Richard's worked with us for quite a long time, and I'm sure he'll tell you all about his role and give you an interesting talk. So thank you, Richard.
Thanks, Veronica. And yeah, for those of you that weren't here this morning, my name's Richard Dawson. I'm an economic advisor at Newcastle City Council. And the focus of my role is inward investment and business attraction. So when I'm thinking about AI and the potential of AI, it's how do we drive more business investment, specifically in Newcastle, but more widely in the Northeast. So yeah, great to be back at the college. I'm actually an alumni of Newcastle College, going back to I think 2012. So it's great to be back, and it's great to see how the college is really grasping the opportunity around AI from an education perspective as well. So I'm going to take you through some slides around I think the investment opportunities as it relates to AI, and particularly how the Northeast is positioned to benefit from this AI revolution. But before I do that, I just want to take you through why does this matter? There's been a huge amount of talk in the media and elsewhere around the potential of AI, and you can't look anywhere at the moment without seeing the fingerprints of AI on everything. But why is this important for the Northeast as a economic development priority? And I think the first chart that I wanted to share that really underlines this opportunity is this one here. So Reuters did a great comparison, and you can see on the bottom there that the Manhattan Project. So this was the project that brought atomic weapons to the world, with obviously devastating consequences. That cost in today's money around $30 billion. The Apollo programs, which landed the first people on the moon, cost about $300 billion. And just look at the kind of transformational impact that they had on that program had on society. Compare that to the level of investment since 2013 into artificial intelligence, and it kind of pales in significance. So $1.6 trillion invested since 2013. This doesn't actually include 2025's investment volumes, which were even higher. So, if we talk about history and history as it relates to new technologies, the amount of money being invested into artificial intelligence is truly historic, and looks set to kind of continue. So I think as a region, we have to absolutely pay attention to that. So you can see the slide on the right-hand side there. That's kind of CapEx estimates for 2026. Again, up towards $500 billion expected to be invested in AI this year again. And if you look at the chart on the left as well, the US, of course, is playing a massive leadership role. This is where a lot of the underlying systems and operations for the artificial intelligence revolution were developed and discovered. So they have a global leadership advantage. China following in close on the coattails of the US. But then really importantly, the UK is third. And we don't have a huge swath of emerging technologies and industries where the UK is genuinely in the top three globally. So we absolutely have to make the most of the competitive advantage that we have with AI and make the best of the start that we've already got in terms of our kind of global leadership. And then finally, the chart on the bottom right around kind of VC funding allocations. So you can see over the years, the amount of VC investment into artificial intelligence has increased to the point where in 2025, literally 50% of all venture capital funds went into AI-related businesses. And I was actually chatting to a science business a few weeks ago that was really struggling to to raise investment, and we're considering just adding AI onto the end of their business name because they might have a better chance of raising funds. But I mention this because when we're talking about inward investment and attracting new businesses to the region, businesses that can raise funds readily and easily are ones that can expand into new locations as well. So it's really important that we kind of follow the money. I think basically that's what I'm trying to point out with these early slides. There's a lot of talk about this on the panel this morning and throughout the day. You know, the potential of artificial intelligence to drive labour productivity, so output per worker, per hour, per day, per week, per month. You know, there's a sort of slightly unflattering example that, you know, a UK factory worker, it takes them 5 days to do what a German or a French worker can do in 4 days. You know, we have lagged behind sort of other developed nations in terms of our labour productivity. But AI presents the opportunity to do something about that, given the UK's kind of leadership position. The chart on the bottom right there is kind of various different consultancies trying to estimate what the kind of global labour productivity uplift will be from artificial intelligence. And, you know, 3 or 4% might not sound like a lot, but the IT revolution that brought the internet and personal computers and everything else, that only delivered about a 1.5% productivity uplift. So this is, you know, truly historic in terms of how do we become, you know, better, faster, more efficient. And if you've used AI in your day-to-day life, both personally and business, it's very easy to see how you do become more, you know, productive at what you're doing. And then finally, so yeah, as I say, the focus of my role is inward investment, so attracting investment into the UK from elsewhere in the world. And again, you know, AI looms large over foreign direct investment flows at the moment. So the two kind of fundamental technologies driving AI, obviously data centers and semiconductors, they are hoovering up like 50 to 70% of all foreign direct investment into Western Europe. So this is, you know, clearly just the amount of capital being allocated towards the technologies that are going to drive AI is huge. And you know, we have to make sure that the Northeast is well positioned for that. And with some of the investments that we have seen in the region, clearly we are doing a pretty good job so far, but we can't be complacent. And then the chart on the right there, and this is kind of the really important thing for us as a council, and I think as kind of regional development people, investments into data centers and semiconductors and those types of things aren't particularly job dense. You can see on the chart there which industries and which types of companies create the most jobs through inward investment. You know, data centers aren't very high on that list, but if you look at software and IT services, that's one of the most job dense industries for inward investment. So the opportunity for us is to say, okay, we've got the data center investment, we've got the semiconductors there, we've got the infrastructure that we need. How does that then leverage in software businesses, IT businesses, tech businesses who want to co-locate with that infrastructure? And we have to encourage them to co-locate with that infrastructure as well. So I think when I was originally asked to do this this presentation, the working title was, you know, why does Newcastle have more to offer than London, Oxford, and Cambridge? So I'm going to do my best to kind of say what we have to offer and how well positioned we are. I think the reality is that London, Oxford, and Cambridge are global mega hubs for technology investment, will continue to be so. And if we can get a slither of the investment that they're seeing, we'll be doing really well. But more importantly, Newcastle's really well positioned from a kind of European and global perspective. And I think that's how we have to think. You know, the other similar sized cities in Germany and France to Newcastle, I think we're doing incredibly well with the ecosystem that we've built, with the infrastructure that we have. And that's what really matters, because companies are agnostic to where they locate. They're not just looking at the UK, they're looking very widely. So I'll move on. So I think there's kind of 5 key pillars of our offer for AI investment in the Northeast. The first is our green credentials. So the Northeast is actually the region with the lowest carbon footprint in the UK. So we've had a 67% decrease in our greenhouse gas emissions since 2005. A lot of that's driven by deindustrialization, which obviously isn't great from a economic growth perspective, but we have made huge inroads in the region in terms of offshore wind and renewables as well. And if you look at the picture on the bottom right there, the North Sea link, this is a piece of infrastructure that the Northeast has that I just feel isn't talked about enough. This is a 700-kilometer underwater electricity cable that basically provides. It runs from Blythe in Northumberland to Kviddel in Norway. When the wind's blowing in the northeast, it sends renewables to Norway, and when it isn't, we get hydro power from Norway's dams and reservoirs. So this was a hugely consequential piece of infrastructure in attracting Blackstone QTS to the Northumberland site because it's right next to it, and I think is quite USP for the Northeast to have already had that infrastructure in place. We know that data centers are hugely energy intensive, so a really decisive factor for investment decisions is, what is the energy mix of your region? How do we connect? How do we plug in? And I think we've got a really good proposition there around sustainable energy powering some of this technology. So that's kind of the first thing I think we need to focus on. Connectivity. So, there's been a lot of great work done by Stellium Data Center out at Cobalt Park to kind of really map what is the digital connectivity for Newcastle and the region. What does it look like? How well connected are we to those global sort of hubs? And actually, we often have lower latency speeds than places like London, where they've got very, very highly congested digital infrastructure. So actually routing through Newcastle can connect you to other global hubs more quickly. And it's a really important consideration for AI companies. They want to be able to deploy systems without any sort of delay or gap. And the line we always use in Newcastle is you can connect to New York in 66 milliseconds via this infrastructure. So we're really well positioned in terms of connectivity. Again, it's been mentioned a lot today. Our innovation credentials are really strong. I would say that access to R&D is probably one of two of the most important factors in leveraging inward investment into a place. So when Leonardo, the Italian defense company, came in 2023, they were really looking UK-wide as to where they were going to have their kind of R&D hub. And because we had National Innovation Centre for Data, because we had Defence Science Technology Laboratory, those were really decisive assets that we could deploy to say, this is the place that you need to be. It's fantastic to see both of the universities grasping the R&D sort of offer. And we've got Centre for Responsible AI, obviously out of Northumbria, and the National Edge AI Hub at Newcastle. And that's what's going to drive some of this co-location that we need to see. Businesses want to access the research that we're producing in the Northeast, because that's where they can really add value long term. If you're looking at lots of different locations, it's about where can we connect to that really high quality research. Talent, be remiss if we didn't talk about talent when we're at the college. But yeah, this is another huge driver of inward investment decisions as well. And often it's not how many people you have with the appropriate skills in your local ecosystem. It's the kind of stickiness of them. So, we work with businesses who have really large operations in London or Edinburgh or Manchester, they have a software developer, they've invested really heavily in their training, and then another competitor comes along, offers them £20,000 more, and they're off in 3 to 6 months. And I think that probably does happen here, but to a far lesser extent. And you do tend to find that if you invest in people in the Northeast, they will kind of repay and reward that. We've got a stickier labour market, and we've got people with all of the skills that they require. And I think that really separates us from some other areas where, employment relationships are a little bit more transient. And then I just wanted to include the picture of Newcastle Helix, because I think that's a perfect example of how we bring it all together in the city. You've got industry, academia, and R&D and entrepreneurship all kind of pooled together in one place. And if I have a business that I'm speaking to about opening an office in Newcastle, the first place I'm going to take them to is Newcastle Helix, because I think that's where our offer from a technology perspective really comes to life. And then finally, opportunity or potential, good vibes. You used to talk about the animal spirits, and you really can't underestimate how much kind of positive PR and positive stories about a place can influence others. Of course, the figures have to stack up. There has to be a strong business case. But if businesses can see others investing in a location, it gives them confidence that they can do so as well. And, we have really done a brilliant job over the last couple of years, not only to get the Blackstone QTS investment, which is, significant on a European scale, let alone UK or Northeast, but we've also got the AI growth zone status. We've got, NVIDIA and Nscale and OpenAI. These are the companies globally that are obviously leading this technology race and technology evolution, and they're showing that they're investing in the Northeast. So we have to capture that and leverage that as best we can when we're speaking to other kind of tier one companies that we want to bring in. And then, just a handful of the companies that we work with who are adopting AI at various stages of maturity, and really I think we have to follow their lead. We have to leave it to them. At the end of the day, they're the ones who are going to reap the greatest benefits of the AI revolution in terms of productivity. They're the ones that take the risk. They're the ones that create the high quality employment that we want to see. So we as a council and other entities like us, we have to support those businesses to flourish and to be successful and create as benign business conditions as we can, so that they have the wiggle room that they need to innovate and to do things differently. And I think if we do follow their lead, we'll be really well placed. So I think the challenge for us is to move quickly. There's been a huge amount of talk about this AI bubble and what might happen there. And I don't think it is a bubble. I think AI is going to fundamentally transform the world economy, and I think most people would say that that's the case. But there's certainly going to be some of that $2 trillion or so that's gone in the last 10 years is not going to have been invested correctly, and there's going to be a period of adjustment and consolidation. But for the Northeast, we have to make sure we've got the capability, we've got the expertise, we've got the sufficient business clustering that we need, so that if things do get a little bit choppy, we're kind of well positioned to weather that storm and come through the other side. It was easy during the Industrial Revolution when we kind of created everything, and we were at the forefront of that. A lot of this technology is obviously being developed West Coast of the US and else, and we're trying to kind of get into it at the right time. So we've got a different challenge around AI, but the opportunities are limitless. So I think it's incumbent on all of us to kind of do our best to support business on this to do its thing. So, but I think we're in a great place overall. So that's me.
Thank you very much for listening to me. About 12 weeks ago, I got the flu, And about 10 weeks ago, my antibodies kicked the flu out and they decided to attack me. So I had an autoimmune response, which they found on the 30th of December, and I've got severely inflamed arteries. The upside for you is that I'm on steroids. And so I have got occasional 90s highs and a bit of euphoria from speaking here. And I've decided I've got some slides, but having listened to lots of the chat today, I thought I would also take you on my own AI journey. The autoimmune response coincided with me being appointed as a professor at Newcastle University Business School for a year. And so I thought maybe it's a bit professorial to go on that AI journey and riff it, but also maybe give you some food for thought and notes that you might take in terms of the things that I have spotted on my journey that you might also take as podcasts or videos and things that might be interesting. And it's kind of mostly today, I'd rather be talking about traitors to everybody and where we're at. I haven't seen last night's episode, but it's all really, really exciting, and it's getting to a sort of end point. And I think AI is a bit the same. We're all on a bit of a journey, and there's quite a lot of conceptual stuff that we've had today. And as a business guy, I'm much more. Rupert Murdoch famously, when he goes to a board meeting, his question is, what's going to fuck us up? And I, with Opencast, I'm saying, you know, we're hyper vigilant because there's all this talk. Maybe people don't need those coders anymore. We've got 500 of them and we're making good money, but how is it going to morph our business? So I have been down that rabbit hole to make sure that I've got a business for next year and the year after. And that's where I've gone with this this AI journey of my own. But as a bit of background, for anyone who doesn't know, Opencast is a business that we set up about 12 years ago. Me and we're now about 500 people. We mostly work with central government. Somebody's kindly done these slides, but I'm going to keep going. It's probably quite higgledy-piggledy through. Lots of people. Again, you probably got. I had struggled with your slides because they were so small at the front, but you probably can see them at the back. We grew in COVID. We were 80 people. We worked at HMRC and DWP, and simplistically speaking, we wrote half of the furlough scheme to run the pandemic, and we moved from 80 people to 200 in the following year and 400 the year after. We've had a couple of years where the civil service have been very confused by Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak and Rachel Reeves, and that's been quite quiet. So they haven't really been, we've just been sort of on treading water, slightly painfully having 50 people who have been twiddling their thumbs. But in the last quarter, it's really picked up as central government taps are back on, and the projects at DWP, HMRC, Department for Education, where we work, are keeping going. This is me and Mike. We set the business up because we both had twins at the same school, and everyone else seemed to be going in suits, and we were in like jeans. And it was like, oh, what do you do? Oh yeah, I'm in tech. And I'd moved back from London. And I'm in tech as well. I'm in I've got my jeans in Converse because I'm working from home today, but next week I'll be in London. Blah blah, and it just kind of went from there. And now we have offices in Glasgow, Edinburgh, and London. We had one in Leeds, but if anyone knows trying to get into central Leeds, no one ever goes. So we just shut that. And we've got kind of the 600 people, about 350, 400 are northeast based and the rest are hybrid. We're happy hybrid. Centre of the world is Holt's Yard, but our office there doesn't have 100 desks. And we won a load of awards, but quite kind of interesting, I suppose, is the B Corp side of things. We've always been a very values-based business. Do come in, have a seat. And I think it probably comes from my business culture as the fourth generation in a family business in Byker. I've always wanted to do right by people and it's a people business. And so B Corp is a kind of badge that takes a lot of work to get through, but we are sort of beyond that with this, all the environmental and climate aspects of computing, etc. And it's also good for our business because working with central government, we bid for a lot of tenders, and those tenders have scoring around social impact. And our 600 people are hugely diverse, 30 countries, lots of equity and inclusion from the sources of where our staff have come from. We're one of the only people in the UK that does adult career switching work experience. And I always go to the speed networking for that event, and it is absolutely sort of heartwarming and heart-wrenching to meet all of those people who have come amazingly from all over the UK to get a week's worth of work experience at our office at Opencast. So the team have given me 4 case studies for what we're doing in AI adoption in the organisation. I actually have no clue about 2 of them, so I'm going to riff quickly over them. But there isn't one of our clients. We do a lot of central government. We also do health and education and some energy work and some utilities. There's a business called eConsult which did really, really well in COVID. It's online diagnostics for GPs, and so half the GP surgeries in the UK have eConsult, and they get paid for how many consults go through that channel rather than to a doctor. And that engine is also used on 111 for when you go through the script with the agents. It's like it's been controversial because of a lot of the ideas that people have around, I want to see a human doctor, and a human doctor will be better. But eConsult is fill it in. Okay, you've got a problem with your ear. Is it your left ear or your right ear? Is it the outside of the ear? Is it the inside of the ear? Where is the pain, etc.? So that when you go to the GP, they've got it in front of them, and they can be more efficient with, okay, you've come to see me about your ear, your left ear, blah. So we built that system with eConsult. They've since been taken over, I don't know, you can see it on the slides, by a business called Humour, which was a bigger consolidator. And we developed with them an ambient listening tool so that the GP can actually put their phone down, have the consultation, and all of it will be processed through AI to populate all of the reporting. Because one of the other time sinks for a GP is they've had the consultation and they've got to spend 10 minutes bashing it into the system. This automatically does it. So, and that is at rollout stage. So that's a live example of a kind of interesting AI tool. Red Nevada, I don't know a lot about, but it is the other side of AI is not just what, as a tech consulting firm, we can do for our clients. It's what can we do internally for ourselves. And given that we are growing by, our target is to be 600 or 700 people this year, depending on how the contracts go, we will be hiring 200 people to grow and probably 100 people from attrition. So that's 300 hires. And when we work with our clients, we send them this profiles of our workers. And there was a internal process where we got someone's CV, we got the right ideas and information in the photo, and it was laid out in an Opencast template and boshed over to the client. That used to take 45 minutes per candidate. We've now built a routine in AI with a layout and processing package so that you can do 100 in 5 minutes. Obviously, that gets you to base 1. We were talking about human in the loop before. They will then be scanned and checked, but it's a huge productivity booster for us. And then our internal team are also working on the tendering process. We have 10 people who respond to government tenders, and we've got a whole load of tender answers. And so there is another opportunity for us to use AI to to tool up so that we can be more efficient at those first drafts of tenders. And that's certainly where I have seen a lot of interest for me, is having the ChatGPTs or the Geminis as my brainstorming tool. When I'm starting, rather than the blank sheet of paper, I'm bashing stuff out on one of those platforms, and it's giving me a load of starting points to jump off on. Another local example of a really interesting project is Northumbrian Water and drains. Rain doesn't fall like it used to. It falls much more monsoon, whereas it used to be drizzle and drip. So that the pipes that we have in Northumberland, and particularly under the city, would just sort of gurgle away and take the water away. Now you get these downpours, and it can end up with bottlenecks, and it overflows, and the poo coming back out, and floods. And Northumbrian Water had this idea that we are working on. In Liverpool, they dug a hole next to the city centre, which is about 5 football pitches big, and then they've covered it over as a big sump for that water that gushes through. The Northumbrian Water concept is to make to have loads of data and loads of sensors in the pipes, and the data includes where the rain is coming. So if it's coming over from the west, and is it coming quickly? Is it getting stuck over Prudhoe? Is it keeping going? And the sensors in the pipes are then working out. And instead of creating a lake under the city centre or outside the city centre, our system that we're working with them on is lock gates, because the capacity is still in the pipe. If you just hold it in the pipe, and if you can AI and intelligence enough where the water's going to be, right, that bit stopped raining, we'll hold that, and then we'll turn it on later. So that's what we're building. That's kind of cool. And the techies love it because it's got like lock gates as well. So how am I doing for time? I think I've finished all of that. And I just thought I would go into things that I have learned. Veronica, tell me to stop at some point. Yeah. And as I say, it's the kind of hypervigilance for being nervous about what's it going to do to my business, and am I going to be a dinosaur? And one of the things that, so I listen to quite a lot of podcasts. I'm a massive fan, note it down, the All In podcast. It's 4 tech bros who played poker before COVID. They're all like zillionaires, like stupidly zillionaires, apart from one of them who's only worth a couple $100 million. And they're all like ultra libertarians, and they're all acolytes and ex-colleagues of Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. And if you're into MAGA and Trump and MAGA too, they are to some extent the intellectual backbone of Trump's current presidency. So I'm kind of super interested in the totally different headspace that the US is in to old liberal Europe, but also the go-ahead economy that they are creating by unblocking stuff. So that's a fascination to me. And the All In podcast is mind-blowing for how foreign it is and how much of a perspective you get of what's going on in the States compared to here. They had Trump and Kamala, I think, on the pod before the election, and one of the 4 guys, David Sachs, has become the White House chief of AI and crypto. He was particularly keen originally on bringing crypto onshore. If it's in the wild, it doesn't benefit anyone. But if it's onshore and regulated in the US becomes pretty sovereign for crypto, and they gain. And they're all amazing. It's like listening to an investment committee. They are super interesting about geopolitics and tech stuff, and fascinating. And they're also brilliant broadcasters. So the All In podcast, they were talking about the Jevons paradox, which is JEVONS. I looked it up when I was sitting down this morning, because it is the fact that, or the paradox that the more scary new tech you do, the cheaper it gets. Actually, more people use it. And so I'm a boomer rather than a doomer on AI. The more it's out there, the more jobs it will create, the more jobs that we haven't even thought about. We're in that early stage, when there were multiple, like in the internet, when there were multiple search browsers and Netscape and blah, 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 and those are all gone, but we've consolidated on Chrome and things like that. That's going to happen with this. But the interesting thing for me, looking at the Jevons a paradox, is it was ascribed in 1860 about coal. The more coal there is, the cheaper it is, the more people want to use stuff. The example on the pod was, the more scan machines there are in hospitals, they're expensive, but more people will use them and they'll get cheaper. And then we'll want lots of scans. I've had loads of scans recently, and it is very nice to know that I don't have cancer and I don't have polyps and blah, 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 but they found this thing on the third scan. So that's kind of, so the Jevons paradox is pretty interesting. Slight political comment I thought I would go into. There's also a lot of AI washing around at the moment, and I think I see that is similar to the era when we were all talking about carbon footprints. That it's really difficult to know whose carbon footprint is actually the best regulated, whatever. And there's so many people out there saying, we're AI native, we're doing a load of AI. Accenture always saying we had, 20% of our business was AI related. Now it's 40%. I think there's going to be more computers, there's going to be more AI, but AI is only a constituent part of the computerization that will continue. And I was at the launch of the AI growth zone with the minister at Sage's head office here. They've since launched 2 other ones in Wales. My question was to the minister, what's the budget for the Northeast to build their AI growth zone? There isn't one. What is the budget from the local combined authority to reinforce the AI growth zone? There isn't one. The team are very proud of the Mercury Prize coming here, but that was a £600,000 investment from the council. So it's great to have the cultural la-la, but the jobs are going to come from AI. Where's the investment to back that up? Going into more things that I have learned, and I don't know whether anyone has seen The Thinking Game. It's a YouTube film. It's 90 minutes long. And it is the story of Alpha, Dennis Habibis, who built, and they talk about how the UK is the 3rd largest AI superpower in the world. Much of that is because of Google and Dennis Habibis launching Alpha here and saying to Sergey, thank you for buying the company, but we're not moving it to California. He voices that over in the film, and I really super recommend that film because it tells their story of how he's a gamer. He went to uni, he did gaming tech before uni, then he went to uni having made a load of money in the gaming business he did, and then going into to AI. And Alpha, as a gamer, he was really interested in competitions, and Go is, the computers have beaten chess players for years, but no one had beaten Go. And he talks through the most legendary, I don't know whether you heard of it, Move 37, which is the first game they played against a professional Go player that they lost with their Alpha machine, AlphaGo. The second time, at the 37th move in this super complicated, exponentially bonkers game, they did a move, the computer, the AI, did a move that none of the professionals had ever seen before, because it had worked out a play that no one had seen before. And that's where we're sort of springboarding off. And the film is really good for taking you through that, through to the stuff that they're doing on open source for gene technology and all drug proteins. And he talked about another competition, because he loves competitions, where they go through a academic trial, and the computers, the different departments in universities around the world are kind of doing 10 solutions, and in the 3rd or 4th year that AlphaFold goes into it, they're doing 100,000 with their system. I think I've pretty much talked about everything I wanted to talk about. I can talk about how I use AI, and which is a fascination to me. They asked me as exec chair of Opencast. I have quite a long relationship, private and paid for, my section of ChatGPT. So I play out a lot of interesting stuff, and just the productivity gains that I've had have been amazing. We as a values-driven organization, people first at Opencast, I always wanted, and we have, an option scheme for every member of staff, and it builds as you stay and as you get promoted. And I wanted to understand, if we got an outside investor, because we were trying to do an acquisition at the moment, how that would change the capital structure of the business. And over the course of about 40 minutes, me and ChatGPT, I put down the whole of the capital structure of the business. I was like, if it's 20% options, if it's 40% options, I had spreadsheets going for the whole thing and adding in different valuations and stuff. And it blew my mind how good it was with spreadsheets, how much better it was and quicker, that I can press and it recalculates the whole table. I can then go, okay, the CEO's got an option package. If we're at this valuation, how much would his options be worth? Well, great, I will give him a bonus because it's not quite where I was hoping it would be, blah, blah, blah. And that was the most complicated bit of work that I did, with spreadsheets, with data, with some legal arguments and things like that. And it just drew all of those things in. And I'm also, I don't know whether anyone else is using ChatGPT. One of my sons is like a insecure, perfectionist at university, and he sends me texts about, am I ever going to be a success? Should I go and work in a hotel? He's doing an economics master's in UCL, and I just feed them all into ChatGPT, and it gives me all the answers. One of his mates, poor chap, was in a mental hospital in Morpeth, had a bit of a spin out after graduation, and I'm sort of like been mentoring him, and he was really in a bad place, but he was also using ChatGPT, and he was using ChatGPT, and I was like, this is not right, is it? And ChatGPT, we had both of us were bot to bot on replying to each other, and although he was like in a very strange place, we could both laugh. That was like, maybe we can get our bots to talk to each other. The scary bit was the clinicians with his letters were going, this is a very clever guy, and that was also a bit of a worry. We'll talk to them. But so I'm just using it and toying with it, and I did say to Veronica, I will finish, Veronica. I did say to her that maybe you don't even actually need me, because one of the things that I live near Hexham, was I drove in, and I've got Gemini, which is the Google AI service, and it's so fluent at talking that you can now have a conversation. And so I said to it, as I was driving along, I thought the reason I'm not doing that talk is because I thought it was like a careers thing. I hadn't read the small print, sorry. And so I said, what would I say to Newcastle College and the team here and about careers in AI and the opportunities, and it had everything on there. And I could have just I was going to practice, but I'm not going to do it now. The demos never work. But I could press here, ask, and then I could have just stood and it would have done that. And on one of the podcasts that I was listening to, a Christmas podcast, it's slightly American. Well, it was new to me to do a roast. Do you know what a roast is? Where it's like you just kind of take the piss out of something. And I said, do me a roast to open the Newcastle College thing. And they gave me 5 choices, and they knew all about the Mandela building, how everyone gets lost, how the Wi-Fi shit. And they had it all in. Absolutely all of it was in these, like, you know, I said, it's just got to be 100 words. And they give me 5 choices. Just amazing for the tooling that, you know, you don't start with a blank sheet of paper. You can springboard off that. And so that's like my journey for how I have gone, shit, I better get on it. And I've just gone up the levels. And there's so much more. And those are the kind of lightning in a bottle. Wow, this is amazing stuff. But there's, you know, just get cracking, have a go. Thank you very much.
Are you happy to just sit on the 2 chairs? Yeah, oh, so
Can you hear us? Are we on? We're on. Brilliant. Afternoon, everybody. My name's Lisa Ewins, and I'm representing Sage this afternoon. I'm one of our product leaders at Sage, and I build all of the software that we develop for small businesses and accountants for accounting and bookkeeping. For those of you who've heard of Sage before, we are one of the UK and North East success stories. We are really proud to be one of the FTSE 100 companies who was born and bred in the northeast of England, and we're still headquartered here. We have 2,000 colleagues based here in Newcastle, and we do a lot of work with kind of local universities and colleges to bring new and emerging talent into the northeast workforce to invest in technology skills. And I'm joined here this afternoon by James Teamsdale.
Yes, how are you doing?
Hiya, I'm great, thanks.
Good.
Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, so my name is James Teasdale. I own a detailing company based in Morpeth in Northumberland. We specialise in kind of paint correction, ceramic coatings, like underbody protection, and quite a brick and mortar business really, and quite more of a traditional business, you could say, in the trade essentially, you could say.
Brilliant. And it's great to share the stage this afternoon with another Northeast business. And we're here to talk to you about AI and hear from a local business about their story and journey in terms of embedding AI into their business. So James, tell us a little bit about what first piqued your interest with AI. What was the challenge or the opportunity that you were trying to overcome?
So with us as a business, it was more of a bottleneck where we didn't have enough revenue to take on a salesperson, but at the same time, there was too much work through the day to kind of not to be able to do the actual sales calls to get more work in, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So my theory around AI for us was we do a lot of Facebook and Google ads. So it was like, well, can I try and set it on my terms, if that makes sense, where leads can get kind of, you know, a bit of activity from an AI software where they feel like they're talking to a person, which can then book a call on a night time on my kind of terms, if that makes sense, when I'm available, once the work's done, to then have a sales call, then obviously book in so we can keep work good in the future.
Mm-hmm. And you've developed a solution for that, haven't you, which you've named?
Yeah, that's it. It's Rob the Robot, we call it. So essentially, people obviously get text by Rob saying, hi, it's Rob from Hadrian's. They'll obviously have a conversation, a book's in, and it gets to the point where people come round to our unit asking for Rob. And I just look at Adam and say, Adam, you know the crack, you're now Rob. So, because what we found is some people actually feel a little bit stupid, and we don't want to make them feel stupid when they get there, that they've been kind of talking to a computer the whole time, if that makes sense. So,
and And I guess what you shared in terms of the challenge that you were trying to overcome, we hear similar stories from customers across the whole of the UK about having these kind of bottlenecks in their businesses and kind of pinch points, big, high admin heavy burden, and they're looking for how can technology and AI help them solve those problems in a world where people are trying to really control their costs and not having to keep taking on people to do some of those kind of low value work.
Yeah.
So how did you go about selecting the right tools that you needed to put that in your business?
Yeah, it was just pure trial and error, to be honest. A lot of long nights and headaches, and felt like throwing my computer across the room 9 times out of 10, all honesty. But once we kind of got over that, and you kind of learned how to do it, like anything in life, doesn't it? It kind of becomes second nature, I suppose. So
yeah, absolutely. And what were the hurdles that you had to overcome when you were kind of implementing that first use case?
The biggest thing for us was, like I say, trying to make people feel like they are speaking to a person. And what we found, which is quite a simple thing normally is that it was replying too quick to people. So we found that if we put it to about 20 seconds, where it replies back a text message, people actually feel like they're talking to an actual person, if that makes sense. And it's just little things like that where we're always testing, optimizing, to basically make it better at the end of the day, make it a lot more worthwhile.
So that feels to me that you almost wanted your customers to feel like they were interacting with a human.
100%, that was the aim the whole time.
So it wasn't kind of an automated response that they were getting, so that they feel, I guess, that they can trust you.
Yeah, definitely.
And trust your brand.
Yeah. So by the time they get there, they're kind of not sold as such, but they felt like they've kind of spoke to someone and, had a big conversation about everything that we offer, essentially. Because what we found with sales, especially, which I'm sure is probably the same for a lot of you in here, is that you're kind of repeating yourself. What's your packages? Can I get a quote? Kind of the things like that, where a lot of time was just saying the same thing over and over again. So it was just a case of kind of automating that. So we don't have to really.
And James and I have met each other a couple of times, and the first time was back in October. And when we were speaking the other day, you've explained that you've actually implemented kind of more AI solutions in the business.
100%.
Can you tell us a bit about those, please?
Yeah, I mean, what we're working on at the moment with our Google Ads especially is quite clever, because with our landing pages, it's getting to the point now where AI is tracking where people are clicking. If that's, further down the page and people are finding that more popular because it's working better, AI is then every week updating the landing page automatically to then move things up to the top and then trialing that again. So with us not having to actually do all the manual work, it's now just updating it automatically to make the most optimized landing page possible to kind of convert as many people, really.
That's brilliant. And you've talked a bit about kind of at a macro level how it's helped you, but what are the real tangible benefits that you've seen? Like, how has it helped you on a day-to-day basis? And how is it, like, what benefits has it driven?
The benefit to us is just time saving. So we can actually focus on the work that matters. And for that, really, in my head, and what we do is actually doing the work, if that makes sense, on the tools, making the money, producing the service, obviously keeping the customers happy on that behalf, really. So yeah, it's quite good.
It's really interesting. I hear kind of similar stories time and time again when I talk to Sage customers. And the thing which comes back really often is those time-saving benefits. It's how can we free up kind of small businesses
100%.
to focus on doing what they love, which is actually running their business, not doing all of the admin, all of the bookkeeping, all of the financial side of things.
Definitely.
You want to actually spend more time so you can make more money, I guess, at
yeah,
the end of the
do
day.
what I kind of enjoy. In all honesty, I was finding a lot of the things that are monotonous in my head. It might not be for other people, but for what I want to do, it really wasn't that. And that's why we're kind of automating it, if that makes sense.
Brilliant. And look, I know that you're an ambitious guy and you're clearly kind of tech focused. So what other kind of ideas have you got about where you might take this next?
Well, depending on the technology, if it ever gets to the point where, we don't even need to get on the phone with people, if AI can get to the point where I can have a conversation on a phone call with someone to book people in. I know it's kind of happening with more inbound calls with our landline stuff, which we can do that now, but at the same time, like I say, I want to kind of make it more natural, more human-like, so people don't know if it's a computer, if that makes sense, and kind of second-guess themselves to say, was that a person or not? That's what I'd be aiming for, really.
And I guess you've touched on it a little bit there, that importance of human connection and making us feel like it's a human experience.
Yeah.
How do you think about trust?
Yeah.
and how you want your customers, I guess, to trust your experiences
Yeah.
and align them to your brand.
I mean, for us, really, what it falls down to, our services are quite expensive and premium compared to, going to a driving car wash, you could say. And it's kind of getting people, like you say, to trust us as a company, what we do, and the professionalism of that company. There's been many times before where it's kind of made the sale due to the fact that people are blown away by our marketing, the fact that it has got these AI things, all these high touch points where it's always messaging and things like that, which is kind of, before people seen the business, they've kind of followed our online footprint, if that makes sense, to make their own decision before they've even met us, which is kind of the goal the whole time.
And when it comes to trust, have you had any kind of challenges in terms of, like, has anything gone wrong?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for us in the beginning was when people found out it was AI, and then they get so annoyed that they just, kind of throw the dummy out the pram, if that makes sense, and that'll be the end of it. So it was kind of, that's why I always go back to that human connection and why we need it like that, because a lot of people don't want to feel like they're just speaking to a computer at the end of the day in AI. So they want it more human-like and actually speak to a person, which is always the goal.
Yeah, at Sage, we've got several hundred engineers all based out of Newcastle who are helping us to build AI solutions for our customers. One of them is called Sage Copilot, which actually is in the product that James
100%.
uses as well. And trust comes up time and time again in those conversations about, how do I know that my data is secure? How do I know that there's a human in the loop, and who is able to kind of validate things that maybe the AI is proposing or suggesting, so that they don't feel that there's a significant risk in using these technologies.
Definitely.
So really interesting that you're validating those kind of same
100%,
kind of themes.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a correlation, to be honest. So.
Yeah, I agree. Have skills been an issue for you or in your team when you're thinking about embedding AI? Is it something you've self-taught? Have you used anybody to help you?
It's mostly been self-taught, to be honest, but it is becoming a lot more accessible now. Obviously, it's been around for a long time for big businesses, and now that it's actually coming more to the general public, it is very easy, and especially with the softwares that we use, it is very much user-friendly to make it as easy as possible so people can design what they want and obviously implement it in their business at the end of the day.
And what other actual technologies that you've used then?
More just to do with marketing. It's a software called Go High Level, which is all integrated with all that kind of AI stuff. It's really easy to use, to be honest, and it's very, like I say, user-friendly. Anyone can kind of do it at an entry level, and they've got everything on there to kind of train it up, really, and do it all.
Yeah.
So
brilliant. One of the things that when we think about kind of skills, obviously it's a very topical agenda at the moment, but Sage has partnered with the UK government and their commitment to train 7.5 million UK workers in kind of simple AI skills. And we have some free courses that we're enabling for our customers to really help lift that level of expertise, to give people much more confidence. Have you found that I know you're a relatively small business, have you found that with the people who work with you?
Yeah, a little bit, to be honest. One thing I would say is that there could be a lot of workshops, funded by the government that can kind of get you into AI and how to learn it and, train up and actually that kind of accessible stuff. That it all goes back to at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So.
And I think that's a fairly good segue, James. This conference is not just about AI, but it's about the Northeast as a region as well, and us being kind of a tech growth hub in this area. What do you think the government could do to support smaller businesses like you in this area?
I think it would be more like mentioned before, just to have a lot more accessible for small businesses to kind of have these workshops, meet in person, even have grants there if there isn't already. I haven't, to be honest, looked into it as such, but just kind of have that pathway and that kind of blueprint, you could say, to go from A to B, if that makes sense, to kind of implement it into the business, and obviously speak to the right people who know more than what you do to basically learn from them.
Yeah. And when we've talked a little bit about benefits as well, and you've kind of mentioned the time saving. Has it helped your business scale and grow?
100%, because not only from like the input side, we're also getting all the analytics, which is a lot quicker to get to. We're not going to have to manually do everything. It's kind of automatically just there to see through Copilot as well, and through obviously other softwares we use, where we can just go on, say everything, know what's kind of dropping off from what we need, and kind of adjust accordingly internally in the business to then get to the goal that we're looking for at the end of the day. So it has sped the process up on kind of every angle, to be honest, which is really good.
And what's next for your business? So not necessarily with AI, but how do you see your business kind of growing and scaling?
Well, that's exactly what it'll just be, a scaling side of things now. We've kind of, hopefully, sorted the foundations. I feel like we have, and now it's just a case of making it bigger and better, hopefully, and getting some more money in the door, I think, and then hiring the right people and making a good culture and team, which I'm excited for.
So you have got plans to take on new people.
Yeah, definitely.
In this world that we find ourselves in, and the importance of of AI, do you look for that skill set when you're recruiting people, like people who understand this kind of technology and
100%.
have that different mindset?
Yeah, definitely, it's not a prerequisite, but it's definitely a benefit, because in my head, if you understand it, you obviously enjoy it a lot more, and you can kind of adjust for the problems that we've got, and it's not just kind of falling on my head. You can put it to the team and obviously ask their opinion as well, which is always better than just one.
And what about the profession that you're in kind of detailing and care of kind of vehicles? Are you seeing any innovation there in kind of how AI is used in the day job?
Yeah, it mostly just comes down to the software. Booking systems, for instance, when we do mobile stuff, it's obviously brought down route optimization. So, I used to manually do it, which took so much time and effort, where now it's just click a button and it would just say, right, this is where these customers should be instead of that, because it's, 2 minutes away from the house, where, when you're doing everything else, it is very simple to see, but you just don't have the time to actually just sit down and sort it out and really plan it properly, which is a good thing. So it's making us more profitable by not having to travel as much and more efficient, really.
It's a much more efficient planning your route.
100%.
Yeah. And what about in any of the tools that you use to do the actual day job in kind of looking after cars? Is there any kind of key innovations that you see there?
No, not really. It's very much quite old-fashioned in that case. But yeah, hopefully there is. If you bring out a robot that can detail cars, I'll happily sit at home all day as well, to be honest. So it's not a problem.
So it's much more about your operations
100%,
and how you make that scale for you.
100%.
Well, thanks so much, James. This has been really, really interesting.
I appreciate it.
Is there anything else in terms of any kind of quick tips or advice that you might give to other small businesses about where they would start?
Well, this might sound pretty bad advice, but it's just to get your foot in the door and started, really. So, just get on the internet and then you'll be able to find everything. That's how we learned, to be honest. And it's just like, say, trial and error and a few headaches, really. So have some paracetamols. That's all I'd say.
The advice that we typically give to customers and accountants that work with us is kind of, what's the biggest admin problem that you have? What's the thing which has a lot of drudgery, repetitive tasks, which you find yourself kind of going over time and time again, which is a bit boring and a bit mundane? And maybe start there and just try things out, experiment with the tooling that's out there, whether it's something like Microsoft Copilot, whether it's something like ChatGPT, Gemini. There's lots of things available which are free tooling as well, where you can just give things a go, try it out with a few of the people you work with, your family and friends, and customers that you work with to get some feedback. But I guess the thing with this technology is it's so accessible.
100%, yeah, and that's a good thing about it now. So it's literally at your fingertips quite literally.
Absolutely.
So
anyone can give it a go, and you can interact with it with kind of natural language. So you don't have to be a technical expert. You don't have to be a computer programmer to try these things out, and just see what benefits you can get and give it a go.
Definitely. That's all for it, yeah.
Yeah.
AI all the way.
Yeah. So thanks very much, James. It's been great to meet you again, and great to talk to you this afternoon. And thank you so much for having us. This is a fantastic opportunity to kind of bring people together in the Northeast and really embrace the talent that we have to drive prosperity in our region. Thank you.
Cheers.
I'd like to say, drop the mic. I'd like to say a massive thank you to Lisa, and I've forgotten James. What an amazing story. Human in the loop, you may not know because you weren't here this morning, has been a theme all day long for those of you that's been with us all day. That human in the loop theme is feeding through pretty much everywhere today. And the lovely Paul Wheels, I think, wrote a book with the same title, didn't you? So this is definitely something we all need to be aware of. I personally don't think AI is going to take our jobs, but I think it helps us be more productive and changes our jobs so that we can do the more fun stuff and the interesting stuff we enjoy without being stuck at a desk, analysing data and things like that, when a machine can do it so much quicker. So thank you so much, James. Hi there. Okay. And Lisa, for sharing that story, and a real success story for the Northeast, which is exactly what we want to hear. So today, day one, this is the last panel before the closing fireside chat. And today was really all about the opportunity for AI and business in the region, with a particular focus on how AI and data can accelerate growth in the Northeast economy to transform business processes. And I think we've heard lots of different examples about how that's happening in our region and how great we are at getting ahead with this. But some people will know AI isn't actually new. It's just we're becoming a lot more aware of it. And how it is being used is very new, and that is really exciting. Now, I am old enough that when I was little, if somebody had told me I could use a telephone without a wire on it, and actually do a lot more things with it than make a telephone call, I would never have believed them. That was outer space stuff. And here we are. I mean, we don't go anywhere without our phone. There's some lovely students at the back who are struggling to take that phone out of their hand and put it in their pocket. So it's like an additional limb. So what I'd like to do is now start this panel, and we're focusing really on AI as an accelerator for industry. So I'd like to ask my panelists to come and join me up and pick up their mic and get themselves comfortable, and we'll make a start in this conversation. Okay, so we've heard a lot today about the scale of AI opportunity for the Northeast, from infrastructure and policy through to skills and investment. This panel is about what acceleration actually looks like inside real industries, from tech and fintech to hospitality, creative industries, and immersive brand experiences. So my name's Veronica Spowert. You've seen me about all day today. For those that don't know me, I'm a director here at Newcastle College, and my faculty is the best one in the college, which is digital and creative industries. I call it the fun faculty. We've got a wonderful theatre, we do music, performing arts, everything under creative industries, as well as digital technologies. And I'm really passionate, I've been for years, about that transition from STEM to STEAM, because I've already explained how old I am, and the tech that I had when I was little was a biro probably and some crayons, piece of paper. So to live a life where tech has come, I am fascinated by it, but I also know you can't have tech without creative industries, not anymore. Those days are long gone. So for me, I'm living my dream job. I'm going to ask each of our panelists to take as long as they want and introduce themselves and what they do. So I'm going to be quiet. So,
Good afternoon. My name's Anna Wadcock. I'm the General Manager of the Maldron Hotel in Newcastle, but I also co-chair the North East Hotel Association. So I was a hotelier a couple of decades or so now, and took over the co-chair position about 4 years ago now as well. And I've been massively passionate about developing the skills agenda as well in hospitality.
Hello there, I'm Tim Flagg. I'm the CEO and co-founder of UKAI. We're the trade association for AI businesses across the UK. I've been an AI entrepreneur and came together with other entrepreneurs to found the trade body for the emergent AI sector.
Great, Tim. John Cowan, so I'm EVP of Product at Sage, same place as Lisa, who was just up here before. I look after a bunch of things at Sage, but very much in the HR and payroll and the platform side of things, which basically is how we deliver our AI technology across to many of those customers. What I really want to talk about today is a little bit about how it's transforming the way that businesses work and run for the positive benefit of essentially growth. And actually, James up here was talking about a few of those really, really great things that are helping drive that agenda. But for me, it's about elevating human work, not eliminating it. Right? And I think that's really important. There are cycles that have gone on through history where people have been pulled out of mundane tasks. I think Lisa used that word, and basically put to better use to do things that they want to do. And AI provides us a fascinating opportunity to get to grips with that. But we'll talk about that in a bit.
My name's Lewis Collins. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer and a co-founder at Aircard Studio, which is actually about 10 minutes walk that way. We create immersive brand experiences and next generational interactive campaigns for the world's biggest brands, including the likes of Red Bull, Diageo, and Unilever.
And it's me again, Charlie Holt. I'm the founder of Opencast and the chief salesman for the All-In podcast. And super recommend that you listen to Elon Musk talking about the development of the Optimus humanoid robot and the AI engine for that, and how it, in a few steps, takes you to populating Mars, which is his proper moonshot.
Thank you. So AI is often sold as a cost-cutting tool, but true acceleration is about new value, new revenue, and new ways of working. So John, can I ask you, from your experience leading HCM and platform strategy at Sage, where have you seen AI genuinely accelerate new revenue creation, not just optimization?
Yeah, look, I think there's a word you used. It's not cost cutting, right? It's productivity, right? That's the key. I'll give you a couple of examples about how we're deploying it at Sage and how our customers are adopting it as well. So at Sage, there's a heck of a lot of coding goes on, right? Some of you will be doing that for a living yourselves. But ultimately, using tools like GitHub Copilot, for example, we were able to transform the way in which we produce outcomes, software outcomes for our customers. I mean, it's revolutionary in terms of the time saving, the productivity. It means that our engineers can produce more, better outcomes for our customers. And customers are deploying and utilizing AI very, very differently now. So imagine there was a few words Lisa used, like the things that were previously repeat tasks or mundane, right? Stop doing that, right? There are agents that you can deploy to basically do those tasks for you, the stuff that's boring, the stuff that gets in the way. And instead deploy that resource, in effect, to better outcomes, right? To get involved in the things that James was talking about, which is he doesn't bother about appointment bookings and doing the paperwork anymore. He's all out there winning new business. So I'm seeing it right now internally at Sage, which is a team of 11,000 people across the world, just in terms of the amount of output that we can get through. But more importantly, our customers are becoming much more efficient and effective. Ultimately, that adds up to productivity, and the outcomes that they can deliver for themselves is where growth and prosperity is going to come from for all of us.
That's really interesting. You have to use your mic. Thank you. That was really interesting. So Charlie, Opencast, you work with government departments under huge performance and delivery pressure. Where have you seen AI shift organisations from simply doing things faster to doing entirely new things?
One of the case studies that we have is we're at Department of Work and Pensions. They have been using computers for years and years and years. They have a number of systems. There was the talk earlier from Serios about data lakes and pooling. You can't interrogate everything unless it's all in one place, or at least accessible for the search tools. And we working with the Department of Work and Pensions with all of their previous systems and all of the instruction manuals that have ever been written for how they work, because a lot of the systems that are still going need help desk, and so that we're doing that system. You know, and in random things, there's an email address that they had, which they had 4 million emails that they hadn't realised no one answered them. So we are looking at all of those 4 million emails to try and work out which ones were still live queries. So there's a lot of things that I mean, the scale of the ministries here, you know, we're a 60, 70 million population country now, and everybody, you know, uses the state's systems. We're responsible for the front end for hmrc.com, and that gets 4.5 million views a month. So the scale is huge, and the ability to chomp through data and do it slightly differently with these tools is a challenge. Unlike Sage, where we charge per day for our time, I don't know whether your staff are job costed, their productivity can go up. It is a live debate for us whether the code enhancing tools can actually, will they mean that we get chiseled on the price, or our people are supposed to do more for their money? We already have 2 cases of contractors who are working for us that we have identified are also doing another job and pretending that they're working a full 8 hours for us when they're moonlighting with another screen, and getting twice the day rates. So that's a whole new world of how we manage the coders that we're paying for to get what we paid for, and then instead of them in this maybe twilight zone of being able to go ramming it on GitHub, and I've got something else going with me Sage Copilot to make the money. But that was live example of yesterday, where we're trying to discipline 2 people who are mugging us for the money.
Thank you. Paul actually told me an interesting story about Coca-Cola, but I suppose that's for a different time. And I would love to have a little AI agent to sort out my email for me and filter through what I really need to deal with first thing in the morning. I think so. If anybody's got that little tool, I'm first in the queue. Lewis, in immersive and brand experience work, how is AI changing what's commercially possible? Not just cheaper production, but new forms of engagement?
Yeah, I think with that one of the elements that we're seeing quite a large interest in the industry is dynamic ad creative, in the sense of more personalized experiences to an individual when they're engaging with an activation or an experience. So it's not just one experience for everybody, it's how do you personalize that experience to each individual, whether it's their location or their behavior in an environment. An example of that actually is we recently did a physical activation out in Vegas at I think it was the reInvent conference, which was AWS. And we had a physical display there where users were engaging with it. They were able to either prompt or essentially personalize their own journey in that experience, and it would then generate a custom output for that individual. And one of the impacts that we're seeing is more engagement, longer dwell times, more emotional impact for brands, and ultimately commercial results. So I think that dynamic ad creative, that personalized experience is where 2026 is moving towards and beyond.
That's fascinating. And Anna, from hospitality, from hotels and hospitality, Where is AI starting to go beyond back office efficiency and actually improve guest experience and revenue?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's quite nicely kind of moving on from Lewis's point there, actually, about it's about the upselling through personalization. Like how kind of hospitality is moving and evolving. You know, people are looking for experiences. So how can we use your data to make sure that we are giving you the best experience and the right experience? I always say I'm the easiest person to upsell to, so get my deeds and you can definitely sell to me. But it's, you know, make sure that weekend leisure guest gets the right kind of upsells versus your corporate midweek. And, you know, and avoiding that kind of blanket spammy kind of interaction, which can really kind of devalue a brand. There's other elements around revenue management. So, you know, we sell time as a hotel. You know, you think your company actually is selling a hotel room. You're not. You're just selling that element of time that you have with us. You know, and we would have revenue teams that, you know, would rate check a couple of times a day, whereas our revenue management tools now are constantly seeking out the right level of pricing for us. So we could have an announcement, say, of a city event that could go live on a weekend, and typically you might not actually have somebody looking at your price points at that time. So we could be losing thousands of pounds in yield opportunities on that. So we use those systems to really maximize our price points. Especially kind of, the times of late, you know, where we've seen our costs increase so dramatically, we really need to be kind of have our finger on the pulse with that. And it also, it sometimes gives the end users actually that little bit more confidence to push the value of their product. I've been guilty of it at times where it's like I've gone with a price point because it's been my gut feeling, you know, whereas actually you've now got data, trends, and millions of different points to be able to actually help you with that decision. You know, as I say,
Can I ask you, in the 20 plus years you've been in hotels, all that guest management, booking, and go to market must be now completely, totally digital.
Oh God,
And you are
completely.
computer games operators rather than hoteliers, or you're both.
100%. I mean, I still checked my first person in with the ledger book and a physical key, whereas now you've got everything kind of completely digital now, where you, as soon as you walk through the door, you've got a key on your phone, you know, and you've got that completely kind of personalized experience kind of guiding you through your property. So yeah, so it has completely transformed. So everybody's learnings around that have had to completely transform.
Including the models themselves. So AI models learn from data, right? And that's key. So all of this digitization, all of this removal of paper actually creates a massive database of knowledge ultimately that these models can learn from. And that's absolutely key to the power of these models going forward. Anyway, I thought I'd just add that.
Yeah, no, go for it.
But your association, I'm fascinated by it, because you're now for the whole region, but you're in a group that must be advanced on tech, and there must be shades of that, because there will be still B&Bs with keys.
Absolutely. And that's what we're trying to do as an association, is kind of to share knowledge. And it's something that we've actually used our association funds of late to actually invest in training and development for some of the smaller properties. So we represent anybody, as I say, from me, you know, we've just actually been bought out and amalgamated into a larger, more global brand. And we look after and we work with anybody up to the little old Crew Arms and Blanchland, you know,
Nice
so
place.
it's lovely. I was there a couple of weeks ago. And so yeah, so it is about kind of sharing the information and the technology that is available to make each of our members more efficient in their time.
Thank you. And I think that's right, sharing, collaboration. That's what today is all about. So, and I've never thought about booking my hotel is actually booking time, and absolutely different way to think about it. Really good. So acceleration is already moving beyond cost saving into new markets, experiences, and business models. Let's look at what has to go right in order for all of that to happen. So moving on to another theme, we've touched on this earlier today, and that's trust, risk, and human systems. If AI is accelerating decisions in people-critical systems, jobs, pay, healthcare, hiring, customer relationships, then trust and governance become growth enablers rather than blockers. So, John, how do you balance acceleration with trust, transparency, and human oversight when AI is used in people critical systems like HR, payroll, and finance?
Yeah, I've been here for about 40 minutes and I've heard human in the loop 3 times, especially from, I think, was it you who wrote the book? Yeah, Paul. That's critical, right? So actually having decisions that are made by AI vetted or checked by a human is crucial. I mean, Charlie, if he's standing up in front of his investors with his report, annual report, and he wants to know, he wants to be able to quiz that and say, explain some of these variances or these changes. So explainability is another kind of key word. So what we're trying to do at Sage, and various other models are doing exactly the same, is to provide that explainability. Show me your working, just to make that kind of less wordy. It's absolutely crucial, and that breeds trust. Something else is massively important as well, which is identity. So in the world that I work in terms of HR and payroll, identity of the user is absolutely crucial, and what AI serves to that user needs to be different by different user type. I'll give you a quick example, but if you want to look at query kind of payroll clerks and employees looking at their payslip, want to query AI to say, why is my payslip varied? Why is the variance this month? Why is this tax code changed? Whatever it is, what you don't want them to do is to query AI and say, what's the CEO paid, right? And then for it to, I mean, actually that's public in our company, but it doesn't matter. But still the same point applies, right? It's we have to have that identity-based access as well as explainability developed into the model. So if you want to query the answer that you get, you have a route to see the working.
Thank you. And Anna, guests trust hotels with their data, safety, and experiences. What would make you comfortable or uncomfortable letting AI make frontline decisions?
So from our point of view, like kind of it is about taking away that kind of daily drudgery. That's the things we're massively comfortable with. Like allocating rooms, predicting demand, organising daily priorities, maintenance schedules, whatever it may be, rostering, and also mentioned, as I say, about upselling, revenue driving opportunities, etc. But the areas that I'm really not comfortable with it is where I would still need the human emotion. We need people's judgment, navigating sensitive issues, complaints, safeguarding, accessibility needs, etc. So those are the elements where we still do need that person inside it. We always say that hospitality actually lives in the grey areas, kind of how we kind of work with people. And, it is, hospitality is delivered through tone of voice, it's through empathy, it's through creating that connection with somebody as well. So those are the areas where I would not be comfortable kind of handing that baton over just yet.
That's really nice to hear as well, because I do like a human being, certainly if I'm going to a hotel.
Yeah, it's funny, like we have so many tech options in our property alone. You can do the whole kind of online check-in, self-check-in, we're just about to do the key to phone element. But like part of the things I joke about actually, silly jokes I say in reception from time to time is like, you can either have a non-personable kind of check-in, or you can still use humans, we are here. So it's either pod or person.
Prefer human every time myself, but then I have said I am from a different generation. Charlie, in public sector and regulated environments, what risks slow down AI adoption probably the most, and how can organisations remove them without losing control?
I think the privacy and the identity piece we've covered. It's just the systems that we're working on are big and clunky, and AI is only a piece of that. And so it isn't going to change the world overnight, because there's a lot of processes and pieces, and great for our business model. New governments changing everything. The systems all need attention. One of the key reasons that we have won work is the diversity of our staffing, and we actually deal with citizen services with other challenges, like, and we talked earlier in the morning about this, people for whom English isn't their first language, or who can't read very well, or who have not got devices or the right devices to get on things. So all of which are, and then the design, the user-centered design and accessibility of systems. So trust is hugely important, but usability, I think you gain through that. And AI maybe is not necessarily at this stage a front of house aspect. Maybe it can help us with, fraud, waste, abuse, which is the sort of internal aspects of the work we do as well.
Thank you. I think psychological safety and using it as well is also a really important issue. Tim, from an industry-wide view, what standards or guardrails do we need so that trust accelerates adoption rather than just limiting it?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to build upon some of the themes that have been discussed. This morning, we talked a lot about confidence. And I think that's right. When you're actually empowering your workforce, it is all about giving them the confidence. But when you're now looking at the consumers, the people who are ultimately going to be buying the products and the services, or the citizens who are using the services which we provide, it's about trust. And trust is so fundamental. I mean, let me ask you, audience, when was the last time you bought something from someone you didn't trust, right? You want to know that the things you are buying or the services you're using are from someone you trust. And the industry, as the industry at the moment, we have a really big trust problem. Some of the issues, I highlighted them this morning. Some people think it's going to end the world. Some people think it's coming for their job. Some people think it's defrauding them. There's the horrible things with the deepfake pornography. There are problems in the industry which we are tackling. We need to tackle those in order to build trust. But the other more positive side of building up that trust is about education. And it was kind of touched upon a little bit here in terms of we need to help people understand what AI is. It's not just chatbots. There are many other applications of it, which are a lot less dangerous and a lot easier to implement. And we should be focusing on all of those. We touched upon education, and I think there's a really important role for the education system to play in empowering people right across the age groups, right across different communities, right across the country. That's an important part of it. And then as industry, our role is to campaign for that education, but also to say, what can we do to flag to consumers that our businesses are trustworthy? I'm sure many of you will have come across things like the Fair Trade mark or the B Corp mark. So we are campaigning for a similar mark, a trust mark for responsible AI businesses. And this will allow those businesses who want to be part of a responsible AI industry to have a mark that shows that they are. They'll go through an audit process to show how they've met certain ethical standards, sustainability standards, other responsibility standards, and that will then allow them to have this mark. So we're putting together a consortium that will then award this mark, and then consumers can choose. And it reiterates the importance to the consumers of showing them that AI systems that that can help them are trustworthy, but we have to earn that trust.
Thank you. I think that's really important as well. So Lewis, when AI is shaping what audiences see and experience, how do you protect authenticity while still using automation at scale?
Yeah, I think especially in the creative sector, I think we've maybe everybody here has perhaps engaged with something that feels somewhat fake, and you become kind of disengaged with it quite quickly. So I think it actually goes back and having clear creative intent around what you are doing and how you are doing it. While AI can produce outputs, it's not quite there from a human level. And I think we talked about it before in terms of the empathy and connecting with a consumer or an enterprise. It's that tone of voice, that messaging. AI can certainly help with certain outputs, but it's not quite there from a human direction and empathy level. I suppose another factor of it is we of course use AI as a collaborator, but we've talked about it here. We never use it as a final decision maker. I'll use a really interesting example, but even helping my son with his maths homework. Several times it's got it wrong. and it's year 6 homework. So trusting it on
It's not
larger
just me
initiatives
that
and
uses that
enterprise.
then as well. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. So like using it in larger enterprise, work with large scale brands, you definitely need that human moderation to it. And then I suppose when you're creating these personalized experiences, you need to make sure that the responses that you're giving feel appropriate and they're right, and it's not overstepping the mark to the point where it feels, in some cases, creepy, as in it knows too much about you, or you have to find the right balance. So making sure that you're not overreaching into the data and leveraging it properly, and of course making sure that it's compliant from a GDPR perspective is pretty critical as well. So that would be my couple of points on that side.
I mean, that's devastating if it can't do his maths homework. It's on you.
Yeah.
But I think certainly for the students in the room, it's important to understand that AI does have a place, and it can be very, very beneficial. But the human expertise is really important. Otherwise, you're going to be presenting your homework and it'll be wrong. And that would be awful, wouldn't it? So trust, ethics, and human control aren't breaks. They're what, if we get it right, will allow industries to move faster with confidence. Yeah. All right. So my next theme really is about what's holding acceleration back then. So we've talked about what's possible. Now let's be honest about what's stopping it. So John, back to you again. What's the single biggest constraint stopping AI from accelerating whole industries? And what would remove it the fastest?
There is no kind of single answer to that question because it's all context relevant stuff. But I would say there are two biggies rather than a single. And the first one we talked a little bit, which is about education and confidence, right? To use those tools. You used the example of the mobile phone a little while ago. I was in the mobile phone industry, telco, back in the 90s. And I remember telling people, if you remember, anybody remember WAP? Wireless access
WAP
protocol.
is crap.
Exactly. But it was the foundation. It was crap. But it was the foundational layer by which all of what we do today on mobile phones was based at a stretch. But I remember explaining, saying, look, you'll be booking hotel rooms or flights using your mobile phone soon. When actually back then it was like making a voice call and sending a text message. Text message was only just being launched. And people look at me going, you're a fucking idiot. But sorry, I shouldn't swear, but you're a flipping idiot. But there you go. But so education, you have to start to engage and play with these tools, right? You've got to get to grips with them. That's key. That's crucial. But the biggest single barrier, I think, is digitization, right? So for AI to work, it has to sit on something. It has to learn from something. It has to pull data and extract from something, and that has to be digital. I mentioned it before, right? It can't extract data from paper. So the biggest barrier, I think, certainly in the world I live in with small businesses, there are millions of businesses who still run on paper, right? They send a whole bunch of invoice data on paper. They send a whole bunch get a load of receipts on paper, might give them their accountant at the end of the year or every quarter now, and get the accountant to do it. But for AI to be effective, it has to be on something, and getting digital tools into the hands of every business, for example, if we're in the business world, that is absolutely paramount to the success of these tools. Last thing, conscious I'm waffling on, the AI takes many forms, right? So just going on a PC and accessing Perplexity or Claude or something like that, that's one thing you can do. But real AI, there are many other versions of AI that exist on many different platforms, all sucking data from different places. But you have to be digitally native to be able to access them. So I think that's it. Education, confidence, that education will breed experimentation and digitization. Not one answer.
No, but I feel like you're pulling the words out of my head. So totally agree with that. Charlie, from the organizations that you work with, is the biggest barrier skills, leadership, data, or is it something else?
It's usually budgets. Because budgets are set years in advance. There's been a massive, hype curve around this, stuff, but the teams are working on projects that are on rails, and the organizations, the majors have done a fantastic job, the Microsofts, the Googles, of keeping their AI opportunity front of mind, particularly with CEOs. And it's this, the boards are saying, we're going to get behind in this existential race. So what are you doing about it? And they're going, well, yeah, but we've got a hotel booking system that we're updating. We're going keyless. We're doing whatever else in the business. And the toe dipping your toe in on a corporate level is only relevant in certain areas. So I think that's what we're seeing.
Okay, thank you. And Anna, you work with a lot of different hotels and hospitality. For SMEs in hospitality, what's the biggest practical barrier to AI adoption just now?
It's not that they don't want to do it. It's pretty much the capability to do it. So it kind of bands between they don't always have the skills, the confidence to implement it safely and effectively. Teams on the ground are stretched, through the labour and cost pressures. Sometimes just not actually having enough time to research and, kind of really invest that time in the right technology. We've also got millions of different systems, from PMS to POS to CRMs, rostrum, payroll, and everything like that. It is actually been something that can kind of link into all those kind of platforms as well. And, it's seen as really kind of heavy, and it's seen as heavy investment and not actually being able to see what that clear return on investment really is. So that is where kind of the main challenges kind of lie. But the opportunities are huge, but it just needs to have that kind of simplistic approach, being hospitality led, really easy to kind of, navigate, and it needs to be able to generate revenue and save some costs at the same time.
So I think what I'm hearing is really it's finance, but it's also time. And I was talking to somebody, one of my colleagues today, and he was saying, I really need to take the time and play with it. And I think it's a bit of that catch-22, isn't it? Because if you take the time and you play with it and you can see what you get out of it, it'll build your confidence to get more. And actually, when you see what it can do, you can make it do that for you and you can move on. So it's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? Make the time to see what it can do and have a play with it, or don't and keep doing your mundane tasks.
Yeah, I think there's something in that you're saying, which is that goes back to that experimentation point. That breeds confidence, right? And in the same way, there are lots of different AI tools, and I'd encourage people to use as many as they can. You don't only watch one TV channel, and so it's the same thing.
Yeah. You just reminded me that there used to only be 3 TV channels.
Back in the day. Huh?
Back in the day. All right. So, Tim, what should regions like the North East do differently if they want to out-accelerate London and the South East?
Yeah, I think one of the key challenges, limitations, is around investment. And it's sort of building upon the point around finance earlier on as well, that actually when you talk to businesses of all sizes, they're trying to sell their products, but they need investment into their business to get the capital to grow. And so that is a key challenge. That can either come from private capital or that can come from procurement. And actually, within the public sector, both local, central government, there is money there which is being spent on trying to build technology solutions. How can we redirect some of that towards these businesses who have the AI solutions, but just don't have the ability to scale? So that's the sort of the problem at the moment. And I think the Northeast has a big opportunity here, because there are some fantastic universities with really pioneering ideas, and there are lots of big companies who are based up here as well. The challenge is connecting those things up. I came up just before Christmas, and I was talking to some investors who had also come up on that trip. They come up from London. Some of them were from the south. Some of them were international. They come up to Newcastle, and frankly, they didn't know a lot about Newcastle, and it was a bit of a shock for me to hear how little they knew about that. And so for them to come up and ask them to then invest in businesses up here would be even more of a stretch. So I think we need to do more to educate them, to invite them up, to get them involved in that. But also, there's a lot of wealth and exited founders in the Northeast already that we can tap into and build that community, that ecosystem, and get them investing into businesses here in the Northeast. And then also through local governments, their role in public sector procurement, making that easy. And I know central government is now talking about this concept of consortia. So if you are a small spin out from a university or a small business, and you've got some really innovative tech, then you can partner with a medium-sized business who maybe has the scale and resources and the credibility. You can partner together to form a little consortia and then pitch for a government contract. And the government, central government, is now actively looking to find those solutions in order to then bring that in, because they recognise that what has been happening so far is that a lot of those big government contracts have been going to big global international businesses, which is taxpayer money, which is going out of the system. Whereas now, through this new mechanism, they're trying to make sure that taxpayer money goes back into the local ecosystem. And we've already touched upon the importance of skills, so I won't reiterate that, but that's an equally important part of this ecosystem to ensure that investment and skills are going there. So I think within the combined authority now, being marked as a growth zone, all of these things combine, and now that's the need for 2026 is to bring all of those parts together.
Thank you. I totally agree. And you're sitting in, I would say, the best Newcastle University Centre that we have in the region, and I'm very proud of the talent that comes out of here, and all the work that we're doing today really is to help us ensure that they are work ready with relevant and current skills as well.
I'd just like to add something Tim said.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
just very
go on,
quickly,
please.
but there's no reason why the Northeast can't be like what Cambridge has, right? They're a great example of like more collegiate operation and driving real innovation and set up new businesses. I think we've got some fantastic education providers in the Northeast. And I think with a drop of private sector and a bit more of a community factor, I honestly do believe that a Northeast can thrive in that way.
100%.
But
totally
AI
agree.
is an enabler.
Correct.
With a university,
Absolutely.
This is a great training university, but the medical school at Newcastle University, world leading in DNA, cancer, aging, the tools that you can use with AI for the data management handling, and that's the accelerator and the enabler.
Spot on.
Okay, so Lewis, what's holding creative and experience-driven industries back from fully exploiting AI?
Certainly not a lack of imagination, because the creative industry has plenty of that. I think it's like any industry. When you apply quite a large change, it takes time to adopt different technologies and different processes, and I think it's really more practical. If anyone has ever been in the advertising, media, marketing world, it moves exceptionally quick, and it never stops. It's 365 days of the year. So implementing changes is quite hard from a process perspective. Specifically, when you have linear work streams, you've got typically in the advertising or creative sector, you've got lots of different stakeholders, lots of different decision makers, multiple feedback loops. Whereas when you're incorporating AI, it's more iterative, frequent feedbacks, quite closed groups as opposed to large collaborative groups. So I think it will come, and it is coming. It's just taking time from a practical perspective in the creative and marketing space. And I suppose also there is an element of maybe there's a confidence and capabilities aspect to it from people in the advertising and marketing world do think sometimes it can do everything. AI can do everything for them. And equally at the same time, there's a lot of people who are quite frightened of it. They're threatened, their jobs are threatened by it in the creative and advertising world. So what that also creates is hesitation to adopt the technology because people push back on it. So what actually people need is more training on how to leverage it on a day-to-day basis and make use of it, as opposed to you get a lot of theoretical, this is how it's used, but you don't go into details about how it's actually being implemented, and then people need to be shown and they need to be trained on how to use it in their day-to-day role to essentially optimize their work streams and let them do more of what they enjoy and are best at.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to my last theme, which is what does accelerated look like? So John, in 3 to 5 years, how will we recognize an industry that's been genuinely accelerated by AI? And what signals today tell leaders they're on the right path?
I thought you were going to say 3 to 5 words, which is difficult for me. So look, I think actually it's something that you just said. It's getting familiar with the tooling and those capabilities. And I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. It's about elevating work rather than eliminating it. Everybody talks a lot about, and it's right at the moment, there is a little bit of a spike in youth unemployment, right? It's a reality. But actually it's way lower than what it was in the financial crisis. Let's just get some stats in there. And it goes through peaks and troughs. But ultimately, over history, and I think I mentioned this earlier, there have been these paradigm shifts where people reinvent what human work is. You go back to the Luddites and the looms and things like that, right? If you really want to go back there, the steam engines and cars and planes and computers. Every time there's been like a big paradigm shift, it's created new opportunity, new imagination comes to the fore. So anyway, to answer your question, what do I think it'll look like? I think it'll look like more growth, more productivity and output, or more productivity driving output. And I actually do believe this genuinely, happier workforces, right? Because the things that frustrate you, the processes, the repeat calls, I'm not going to swear again. I apologize. You can't take Sunderland out of the boy. But I shouldn't say that in a Newcastle place. Anyway, but I genuinely think those frustrating, mundane things will go away, and actually we'll all be working on things that we enjoy more. So in sum, I think the way we'll recognize it is in the outcomes that businesses power, i.e. growth and prosperity and happier workforces. Genuinely believe it.
Thank you. And Tim, what would success look like for the UK and for regions like the North East if we get AI acceleration right?
I'd say it comes down to mindset, culture, and confidence. So building a little bit on the previous question as well, we need to build that mindset that we talked about this morning about being curious, about being agile, being resilient, data decision-making, iterative processes. We need to have that as part of our culture of the organizations that we're building. If we get that right, empowering young people coming into the organization and empowering people of all ages to reskill into organizations, bringing them in, then I think we get the confidence. And it's going to build upon the point that John's making about, people will be happier because they'll be more confident in what they're doing. So what that looks like then from a regional perspective, if you have all of those, then it comes together with the ecosystem I was describing before, then it's a thriving ecosystem where people are working together, empowering each other, sharing knowledge, being able to share case studies, and it becomes a very social ecosystem. So I think if we come back in years to come, that's what I'm hoping to see is a thriving ecosystem, an AI business ecosystem combining with the academics and combining with the education sector, local government, everyone contributing to this ecosystem.
I think it's one of those things that's going to be exponential, isn't it? So the more people that try it and then start using it and then building it into their workflows and doing those mundane tasks, the more people will, and then we will see that
it will become the
really
norm.
go.
We're at the foothills at the moment,
Yeah.
even though it's been really there. I think Lisa said it. It's been around for years, AI. We've been doing lots of things for many years, but actually it's really the last couple of years that I've really seen that acceleration and the exponential, to use your word, is happening right now.
Yeah. And Charlie, what will government and public services look like if AI acceleration is done well?
It'll all be brilliant and we're all going to be happy.
Amazing. Nice. Okay, Anna, what will a truly AI-enabled guest experience feel like in 5 years' time?
I think the word to use is effortless. That's what I'd like to see coming down the line for, so there's no queues, there's no repeating yourself, there's no chasing, there's, the requests, it's just smooth, it's operational, it's optional, and it's not forced, personal, respectful, again, like without being too creepy, knowing too much of your data. And, things are solved before you even see them. So that's how I kind of feel the transition will move, that it's just, the niggles are gone, and the teams that work within hospitality have that time to do what they truly love doing, which is actually looking after people.
Amazing. That will be a wonderful experience, won't it?
Can't wait.
And Lewis, how will brands and creative industries look different once AI is fully embedded?
I think you'll be able to see or notice the brands that are adopting AI and essentially being accelerated by AI. I touched on it before, but the personalized experiences or dynamic ads or creative output that will be generated for individuals. So it might appear that brands are actually able to do more or make more noise, but I think what you'll see is the ads will be adaptive across multiple different ad formats, and they'll be reactive to individuals based on their interests or their personalized insights. And then from there, that might change based on the seasonal output or the product that they're promoting. So I think it'll appear that brands are doing more, but I think that the creative output will be multiplied significantly through personalized insights and process to allow that dynamic ad creative. And then I suppose, I mean, I would say we've seen it in the last 5 years, but you're able to see smaller teams deliver bigger outputs. So, you can look at some VFX trailers or footage that's been built from 3D CGI, and you can see that the credits at the end would be hugely long, and you're starting to see that list is shorter, and it allows for more output. Again, not necessarily by huge enterprises, but smaller enterprises can deliver those large outputs for big brands as well. So I think that's something that we'll continue to see moving forward.
Thank you. So what we've heard is that AI acceleration isn't really about replacing people. It's about expanding what organizations, industries, and regions can do. If the Northeast gets this right, combining technology, skills, trust, and leadership, we won't just adopt AI, we'll outperform with it. I think that's the message that I've got from today. Tomorrow is about skills, education, and the future workforce, equipping people with those skills and the confidence to thrive in an AI-powered economy. I think this has been a really, really fascinating conversation, and I'd like to ask everyone to join me in thanking our panelists for their input.
Veronica, thank you. Thank you for that final panel. Very insightful and thought-provoking. I'm joined here by Liz and Tony, who's opened this morning. And we're going to wrap up with some closing thoughts and a fireside chat. Would imagine there's a fire going on. Well, actually, no, don't imagine there's a fire going on because alarms will go off. But you imagine this. So collaboration is an intentional action, like today's event, Generation Northeast. And just for the audience here, our project name whilst we were developing this was AI Man. If you know, you know. But I'd really like to kind of probe and get your thoughts on, we've been talking today about the rapidly changing AI environment. This technology is developing and evolving at such a pace. How are you, both of you, and answer from each of you, I'd be welcoming of that, please, considering continuously evolving the curriculum into something that's more fluid? You're very accustomed to annual processes, term times, etc. That feels, what we're hearing today is that cycle of learning and putting out a program may become less relevant going forward in a very short time frame. How are you considering approaching that?
Well, I'll let Tony talk through the detail of how, but in principle, we need, as a college, as an educator, to be working so closely with employers that not only are they advising us on what the relevant curriculum is, but they're also working with us possibly through things like masterclasses or spending time in the college in order to make sure that our teachers are constantly up to date. And as soon as they're up to date, they'll be out of date again. So that relationship with industry, with the people who've been speaking here today or who may be listening today, is critical in terms of ensuring that our curriculum is always relevant. I think the whole of the education sector, further and higher education, is going to be challenged to move at a very different pace than we have done historically, because technology moves faster and faster, and we have to keep up with it.
Tony, can you share your thoughts?
Yeah. So as you were saying, I was reflecting back, and I kind of went through education later on in life. And I remember going through at that point where we were getting used to the application of computers. And in actual fact, the growth in the use of computers was happening at a time far faster than the education sector could keep up with it. Mm-hmm. So it's not the first time we've had to face this. So as an educationalist, I now understand that we regularly have this challenge. And as Liz has already alluded to it, the trick to it is actually the contacts you have outside of the organisation. And it's the bit that you wrap around the qualification that actually adds the experience that people need. So we will always deliver the qualification side of it, but actually it's the work experience, it's the placement, it's the project, it's that element that really gets somebody to a point where when they turn up to an employer, they understand the latest technology, or are close enough to that latest technology, be able to hit the ground running and start work. And we kind of pride ourselves on having done that before.
It's a great insight that you've, as a sector, the education sector has actually already faced into a similar paradigm, and how you take the lessons from that. We've touched on it today that the academic qualifications will continue for certainly the immediate term to be very necessary, but additional skills, arguably, we used to refer to them as soft skills, vocational skills, but critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, they are becoming more sought after, or equally as sought after perhaps as the academic qualifications. How do you feel Newcastle College is well placed to provide and provision those for employers?
Well, I think this is where we've been challenged after COVID, and we need to get learners into the classroom. Now, Newcastle College, like all the NCG colleges, is really good at engaging with learners and getting them into the building. I actually think it's the same for the workforce. We get so much more done when we work from home, but we are so much more enriched when we are in the building with colleagues. And it's the same for learners. They can learn stuff off the page, they can learn stuff off the screen, but it's being in the building, it's developing employability skills, and employability is different from employment, that comes from the colleges. And the enrichment programmes that are offered here at Newcastle demonstrate that we really add value to our learners and make them fit for the workplace, and that's not just a qualification.
Tony, anything to add to that?
I would just point people to the plethora of case study work that comes out of Newcastle College, which demonstrates the great successes our students have when they move on. So I think we've got some real examples that we could share with people on that.
Thank you. If I'm just to summarise, perhaps what I'm hearing here is a transition from learning AI to AI enabling the learning process. And whilst that's subtle, it's quite significant that there is a step change that's going to emerge, or is indeed already happening. So I'm just going to move on to how can organisations attending today or watching through live stream get involved in the college and higher education faculty to collaborate and contribute? I think you touched on industry getting involved. What does that look like, and what would participants need to do?
Well, we have advisory boards in Newcastle College and indeed in all of our colleges that are industry specific. Anybody who's present who is not part of that needs to contact us. John Ridley has spoke this morning on our panel. He is a first line contact in terms of expressing an interest on being on those advisory boards, or indeed just contributing to offering masterclasses, as I mentioned before, coming into the college, seeing what we do, and then help us do it better. So where industry knows that employable young people or older people who've been reskilled, retrained, are coming through the college and they want to help shape them to perfection, they need to contact us. We're always open for collaborative partnerships, for informal relationships with employers, to make sure that the product we have is right and that they can influence how our learners perceive the careers that are open to them.
Thank you. Tony, anything to add?
The only thing I would add to that is, no matter how trivial it may feel to somebody, the question they have around this, I would advise them to reach out to us and start a conversation. We have a wealth of talent both within our student body and within our sort of industry experienced staff, and having a conversation with them may lead somewhere. It may just be that introduction that you need to somebody else, but in actual fact, it all starts just by reaching out for that conversation. And I'm sure most people here today are either on LinkedIn or some other social platform where they can informally reach out and make that contact. So I would just say, start the conversation.
Thank you for that. And I can certainly advocate for it as someone who's been loosely connected and supported and worked alongside some of the partners in this room for the last 4 years. It's a very enriching experience and a very dynamic learning environment. I'm going to close because I'm conscious that you're on a tight schedule and I'm keeping the guests here from Prosecco as we conclude our reception. Liz, this morning you said something really nice and profound, and it's come out quite regularly today, the human in the loop. And we speak about AI and the technology, it's pervasive and all the things that we need to do to realize the opportunity. And I think cognitively we all get that. But you said the Northeast is large enough to be important and small enough to care. And I think that's demonstrative by the number of organizations that have contributed, lent their voice, lent in, sponsored today's event, contributed. We have people who are in the room and people who are watching live stream. The Northeast is an amazing and dynamic region, and it's enriched by the people within it. So what I would like to say is thank you to our host today, Newcastle College Group. Thank you to the organisers for putting on an amazing event. Thank you for speakers and participants for your generous time, your insight and your generous commentary as we've had our debates and our discussions and our disagreements along the way today. Hugely enriching. We will take all of the inputs and insights and we'll put it through Copilot. We'll find out what the salient things are that we need to address. And no doubt we will come back and there will be another reincarnation of this in the near future. So thank you. We'll be drawing today to a close, and a round of applause for everybody, I think.